regardless of whether they won their divisions or received wild card berths. So we'll see where that one goes. Meanwhile, the Washington Commanders took care of their offense by trading for receiver Deebo Samuel. Now they've taken care of him. They reworked the final year of his contract to give him more guaranteed money, or actual guarantee. He had no guarantees. Washington guaranteed $17 million of his contract in 2025 and added $3 million more in incentives.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there. Got a big show coming your way. At 3 o'clock, we'll do Best of the Rest. At 4 p.m., Adam Ray, comedian Adam Ray, who's just everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah, he's a little bit big for his britches these days.
Well, we had to finagle with his people, meet his list of demands, and you make sure the conditions were proper for his appearance here at 4 p.m., so we're looking forward to that. And then at 5 p.m., Jon Morosi, one of the world's nicest people, will join us, talk some baseball with him. So stay tuned for all of that. You got the text line there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. It's interesting taking a look at this team, where they sit right now, where obviously this is going to be a very different team after the draft. They've currently got, 10 draft picks? We'll see if they, if John trades any and then turns that into more picks this year or not, what they do with those. But, we spoke with Cooper Kupp yesterday, and he talked at the presser. He signed here, talking about why he signed here, and talked about just the championship mentality this team has.
As we went through things, I thought the messaging from Mike and from John and from the, Coobs, from all the guys that I talked to here, the messaging was right on par with what I thought was how you build a championship team. It's about the people. You focus on bringing in good people that are about ball, and all the other stuff's going to fall in place. And that's something that, when that was the mindset, when it wasn't about, specific football people that you're trying to get in place. Like, we're trying to get just the people. We're trying to get solid people that know how to work there, about playing this game the right way. That's something that I was like, man, this is something that I know that's how you build a good team. I know that's the best teams I've been a part of have been built that way. And so that excited me. And, as time went on, talking to, Ernest Jones, who's been here, I've known, talking to Jackson, talking with, Sam after he had signed on, and, various guys in the organization that's like, hey, there's the same messaging every time. It's like, hey, we're building something here that's special, and we've got the right people in the building to do it.
So he sold certainly on the culture and the mentality of this organization. This is not a rebuild. Again, just, that this move and the Darnold move sort of crystallized that for anybody looking at this going, they're tearing it down, they're rebuilding. You're not putting that kind of money out there into Kupp, into Sam Darnold, into D-Law. You're not spending that kind of money in a rebuild.
Yeah, and I think they're finally sort of ramped up, and what I'm talking about is Mike and John together. I think John was always kind of a guy that the kind of guy that doesn't sit on his hands, but I think he's getting kind of that support from McDonald, and we saw it halfway through that they're going to be aggressive. They're going to, as he says, chase edges and try to find ways to win. It's all about being a champion, and and I that's what I loved about that. I mean, the signing of Cooper Kupp, it was pretty aggressive. Like they went after it, and same thing with DeMarcus Lawrence. And I don't think anybody really questioned that. I mean, it was, what did his contract ended up being? There was two different numbers at one point with D-Law.
Well, it's 18 guaranteed.
Yeah.
And I initially it was up to $42 million.
That's what I thought it was.
In total. And then, I don't know, there was one that said it was $39 million. I don't know. It's in that 39 to 42 because there's been two different stories. But the guarantee, I think, remains the same at 18.
And so when they asked McDonald about it, he's like, how do you not watch this guy and, just fall in love with the way that he plays? So there's just a degree of certainty that everything that they've done so far has worked out pretty well. I mean, we still have a huge proving ground at quarterback and to see if they're able to replace the receivers. But it looks pretty good. And I feel like it's the kind of confidence that you hear from these guys that, I'm talking about Mike and John, that they're certain of what they're doing. So at least what they want to get done. And, I feel like there's not many obstacles, that John and Mike McDonald are very like-minded in that way.
Yeah, I'm curious, and we'll pose a question for the listeners here, and you guys can text in to 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Now, looking at this team, where they are as we sit right now, again, the draft has yet to happen. We'll see who they add and what positions and all of that. But just as they sit right now, you look at this team, and the departures are Draymond Jones, Rayshon Jenkins, Roy Robertson-Harris, George Fant, Tyler Lockett. They obviously traded Geno Smith, DK Metcalf. If you look at this time last year, they had released Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs, Will Dissly. Now you look at additions this year, Sam Darnold, MVS, DeMarcus Lawrence, Cooper Kupp. They bring back Ernest Jones, so you start the year with him. Jaron Reed was already here, but you bring him back, and then they bring in Clint Kubiak, a new offensive staff, new coordinator. Last year at this time, they had traded for Sam Howell. They signed Jerome Baker. They signed Terrell Dodson. Okay, so just comparing the 2 years.
Yeah.
As they sit right here, right now, pre-draft, is this a better team than they were last year? Because we'll do this in Best of the Rest. Salk made a claim in a segment of their show that I want to dispute a bit. But just looking at what they've done, departures, additions this year versus departures, additions last year, pre-draft, as we sit right now, is this a better team than the team last year?
They are defensively, definitely. I mean, I think they figured out at least one. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Seahawks drafted an inside linebacker like this Jihad Campbell kid out of Alabama. Just to I think it would be such an odd draft for them, that draft choice, that they probably will do it. But then you're going to be set on defense. So defensively, I think they're better. No question about it. But, I think we talked about this yesterday. Like, we don't really know, because it was pretty good going into last year with JSN, DK, and Tyler Lockett. And to just all of a sudden say, yeah, they're better with MVS and Cooper Kupp, and and you got JSN there. I mean, I don't think that you can necessarily make that claim. But I think people feel pretty good about what they've done as far as the receivers go. So, but just overall, we don't really know about Sam Darnold, which one he's going to be. It's kind of almost like it's almost like a lateral move. It feels like if Sam Darnold works out well, that it's kind of a lateral move from Geno Smith. But, I think the big thing is going to be whether or not you get that kind of production out of these two receivers that they brought in.
Yeah, you guys can text in your answers, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Again, acknowledging we don't know what they're going to do in the draft. That shapes the team in a completely different way. But just looking at where they're at this point versus where they were at this point last season, just your level of optimism, you're feeling like, hey, we've got our guys. I feel good about what we've got here. 509 says, quarterback, not as good. Wide receiver, slightly worse. Other than that, yes. So I think, to me, that says what you said. And I think most people are going to agree. The defense looks better. I feel better about this defense going into the season than I did last season. Remember, they were coming off a dreadful year. We had no idea what Baker and Dodson were going to bring to the table. They hadn't drafted Murphy yet at that point. The draft hadn't happened. You're just coming off a dreadful year defensively. So I feel decidedly better about the defense going into this season.
Yeah.
The offense, I don't have that same feeling. Not yet. Not yet. I mean, we knew you had DK and Tyler and Geno here for years, so you knew what you were getting. Whether you felt good about them, didn't feel, you sort of had an idea of what to expect from those guys. And the wild card in all of this on the offense, we don't know what the system is going to be or how it's going to play out. You have an idea of what Kubiak does, but how does it fit here with these pieces? How much does he alter what he's done in the past? How much better does it make the O-line? How much better does it make everything, the running game? Who knows? We're all going to find out. But yeah, offensively, to me, I don't feel at this very moment as good as I did last year. But that could be washed away immediately in game one, and all of a sudden the Cooper Kupp looks like old Cooper Kupp, like of days of old, not old man Cooper Kupp. But Darnold looks like he did in the first 16 games of the season, then all of a sudden we're cooking. So That'd be great, but right now with the questions attached to that side of the ball, I can't say that they're better.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. Cooper Kupp is a better leader than from what we've heard so far. Now, look, this is granted only, 6 or 7 questions that we asked him, and then we heard him at the presser, but that was surprising to me. But I think you now have somebody in the wide receiver room that's the best leader that you've had since Doug Baldwin. Because he really, look, Tyler Lockett, great guy, and he led by example. But some of the things that Cooper Kupp said yesterday, and you just marry that with what he's done and what he's done on NFL fields in his career, it's the great leadership there. So, but I think you can't really, what you're doing is you're making a prediction. You're not saying, hey, they're definitely better. And the whole thing really comes down to, 90% of it is your quarterback. Mm-hmm. And, Geno Smith, we don't really know. There was a lot of criticism about him. I was a fan of Geno's. I thought he did a good job. But I would say the same thing about Sam Darnold. But you have those question marks. Like with Geno, you're like, okay, how much of it was, how much of a problem is this whole red zone thing that he's had, and the interceptions, and he's great as far as completion percentage. And then Sam Darnold, you have the question mark of he's had one good season minus a couple of games where he played really well. But I think you just have to make a prediction there. That's the one that really holds the whole thing up. So I would say, to me, it's kind of a lateral move. These guys obviously haven't proven themselves in as far as Seattle Seahawks go. But I think the offense I feel good about. And then, the thing that's most important to this team is defense, because Mike Macdonald's a defensive coach.
715 says we are 100% a better team right now. Better offensive coaching staff. Well, we'll find out. How do you know?
It's another thing we don't know.
We have no idea. We're assuming, we're hoping. Obviously, Mike Macdonald and John Schneider believe so. Otherwise, they don't bring these guys in. So I hope that's accurate, but we don't know yet. Focusing on the O-line and development. Love DK, but he doesn't have the hands or reliability of a $33 million a year receiver. We now have 2 receivers you can reliably go to on 3rd and 4th down. Sam is Geno, but 7 years younger. Again, we don't know. He could be. Well, he's 7 years younger. That part's accurate, but is he better than Geno? We're going to find out. We're going to find out whether that's who he is or not. So this person, the 715, feels like they are 100% a better team right now. I don't have that kind of conviction. I think they're 100% better on defense without question. Without question. That's night and day, the optimism that goes with that side of the ball. But the offense, to me, there's just a lot of we're going to have to wait and see to make a declaration there. But Cooper Kupp, we had a chance to catch up with him yesterday. Really fun conversation with him. If you guys missed that, you can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. But he explains what he wants to bring to the team. And in looking at this, you look at this and go, all right, well, Geno's gone, Tyler's gone, DK's gone. Who are the leaders? Who are the team leaders? Like, who's the face? We talked about the most popular, probably nationally most recognizable name and face on this team was DK Metcalf. That's gone. Geno's gone. So who's your leader? Who's the face of this team right now? Cooper talked about, and this made you feel like he could be one of those leaders in there. Just talked about what he wants to bring to the team and in the receiver room, and it's sort of setting the standard for that side of the ball.
In so many places, I want to be able to be used, and so that's how I've built myself. That's how the tool belts, the techniques, and things that I've tried to learn. I want to be able to be impactful in all those things, and beyond that, I think the thing that when we've been our best is when the receiver room specifically plays for each other. When you can get the receivers to play for each other, a lot of the other stuff falls in place, right? Because the receiver room is typically the place that is the hardest to get people to do that for, right? And you get these guys, if you can get a room to play for each other and go out there and say, hey, you're watching a guy run with the ball, but what are the other guys doing that don't have the ball? How are they blocking for each other? How are they playing after the ball's been caught? What's the urgency to go get a hand on somebody? Make this small play into something great, into something big, and that's like that mindset in the receiving room. If we can do that, if we can be able to set the standard in that regard, I think that goes a long way. And
he's the leader. Cooper Kupp is the leader.
Is he the leader on offense?
To me, he is. Until Sam Darnold is, plays his way into it. And I think for Sam Darnold, he's going to have to prove a lot. He's going to have to prove things to, the rest of the offense, that he can be a guy that commands a huddle. I just remember this in college. We had a quarterback, and I was the leader on the defensive side, and I always was given the huddle of speech or whatever, like guys, we need to have this play here. And then we had a quarterback who was just a guy that just didn't say much. And I remember there was like a 4th down. We needed to pick it up or we're going to lose the big game against Cal. And everybody said he just got in the huddle and called the play and went to the line, and that was it. So, I mean, I think he needs to step into that role, but he has to prove that first. But to me, Cooper Kupp has had, other than the injuries, he's had a great career. And then, I just didn't know that he was that much of a leader, and that kind of blew me away, because really what he's talking about, and what I wanted to say there is, like, you're talking about the receiver room because they're the divas, right? Mm-hmm. And basically, to me, he is saying, hey, if you can get some of the guys that are the biggest divas in the NFL, which they are, because and it's just by nature. It's by nature and it's by virtue of the fact that you need offensive line to block. You need other guys to run routes, that are good decoys. You need the quarterback to get you the ball. There's so much that has to happen. And so he's talking about making these guys go out and play as hard as they can. How can I help affect this play positively on every single snap? And yeah, that really came through loud to me. And to me, that's a winning attitude right there. So yeah, I'd say right now, Cooper Kupp, I think he can come in and be that guy. Based on what we heard from him, I didn't really know that much about him, mm-hmm. but yeah, I was pretty blown away by that comment.
Do you think that didn't exist last year?
Yeah, I don't think it did in the receiver room. I don't. And that's not, and again, I still think that the receiver group was better last year because we knew exactly what we were getting. I'm not going to put down Tyler Lockett or DK, but you had a young guy in JSN. I think DK had, to me, the attitude, it wasn't anti-team. It was just that it wasn't necessarily pro-team. It was about, hey, I'm going to go out and do as much as I can individually to help us win. But I don't know that he had that same attitude that Kupp had. And then, you look at Tyler Lockett, who is like the greatest leader of all time by example. But he is not a guy that's going to get, everybody just kind of watched Tyler, and whatever he did, that's what you do. And I think he got a lot of that from Doug Baldwin. But as far as leadership goes in that room, I don't think we've heard from anybody like this since Doug Baldwin.
Yeah, I remember Tyler, though, making comments about the wide receiver room and just the group saying nobody cares about who gets this many catches, or nobody cares about, I got this many targets and he got this many and I didn't get that. He said that a couple times. So to me, there wasn't a diva situation in there, and I don't know what DK's mentality was. I saw how he played. Yeah, he didn't play like a selfish player. You saw him celebrate other guys catching a ball or coming up with a first down grab and celebrating touchdowns. There was no AJ Brown moment after the game, even when they win, complaining about not getting targets. So I don't know. I don't know how much different that room is, to be honest, because Cooper Kupp is articulating it here, and certainly he's in a different environment as the new guy coming in, and tell us about you. But I'll defer to what Tyler was saying about that wide receiver room.
Yeah, well, I think that there's 3 different kinds, though. Because I don't think DK was a diva. I think a lot of people did. I think sometimes he lost his temper, but I think, you can be a diva, or you can be a guy that says, hey, I'm going to go out there and work as hard as I possibly can, and I'm going to be one of 11 guys, and we're all, doing the best that we possibly can. And then there are guys that I think what Cooper Kupp is explaining there is just kind of a next level of what can you do every single play to help the team. And so, and I think, and again, that doesn't mean I'm labeling DK any kind of a diva. I just think that he didn't necessarily have that same mentality there. I just think there's something special about what he said there. Now, he's got to go out and prove it, but still, to me right now, yeah, he's probably one of because you look at the rest of, you got a couple of young running backs. You've got a young tight end. You've got like a guy like Fant who doesn't say a lot.
Yeah,
Noah.
It needs to be Darnold. He needs to be the leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Your
Whether
quarterback
it happens day one or after a couple of months, training camp, what have you, but he needs to be that guy.
Yeah,
that's it. It
sure,
can't
your
be
quarterback
Kupp.
should always be.
So
always be. But I don't. Do you think he's there yet? If you're,
I have no real definitive opinions about Sam Darnold and what he's going to be. All we can go on is who he's been. I'm rooting for him to be a stud. I love the idea that he's that much younger, and if you're getting him at today's rates for starting quarterbacks at a very reasonable rate and a very team-friendly contract. So if he pans out, that's a huge move by this team. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll talk more about that certainly right now. Let's take two.
Well, official rule proposals for the NFL league meetings have been submitted. The owners are going to vote on them March 30th. One was the one you mentioned, Bob. The Lions submitting playoff seeding, the desire to have that be reseeded based on overall record, not just division champs. We know about the Packers. They want the tush-push ban. Then the Eagles are asking for a regular season overtime to model the playoffs, so both teams would be guaranteed one possession.
I like two of the three of those.
You don't like the tush-push ban?
No. It's lame, and I like that it's coming from the Packers. It makes them look whiny because they couldn't stop it, and their GM even said as much in talking about this proposed rule change. So, no, I don't think there's any reason to ban it. It's not like it's happening left and right, and every team is just killing this play. It's a very select few, and mostly the Philadelphia Eagles that execute it. Figure out how to stop it. You don't need to ban it because you don't know how to stop it. Figure it out. As far as the playoff seeding, I love that. And the overtime rules as well. I like both those proposals.
Yeah, I am okay with the way things are as far as the playoffs go right now. I don't think that there necessarily needs to be a change there, real quick. But and then here's one thing I don't know. I'm trying to remember if it's okay to push from the other side, a defender, because we used to do that on field goal. I think that got outruled. Or overruled or outlawed.
You combine both. We knew where you were going.
Usually you don't talk about law on the field, though. Yeah. But, I mean, I feel like if they can do that, then you should be able to do that. But some people are saying, well, then if you do that, then they're going to run plays off of that. I'm like,
well, that's the risk you take.
That's part of it.
Strategy. I love it.
Yeah.
Well, the Dodgers completed a sweep of the Cubs this morning, 6-3 win. Now, it included a Shohei Ohtani home run in the fifth, but maybe a little bit of a technical home field advantage. So he had a ball that was hit towards the wall. On replay, it looked like a fan had reached over the wall. It hit the fan, so they ruled it a home run. Replay upheld it, but it did look like the fan had kind of reached below the wall to knock it down. But home run, Ohtani.
Some favorable scoring there?
He got some favorable scoring there.
All right. Well, I don't know. So, Shohei's success is good for baseball. So I didn't see the replay of it.
Did the guy
sounds like a Jeffrey Maris situation from way back in the day for those that remember that moment.
So I'm sorry, did it bounce off his hand or was he able to?
So the guy, the fan in the front
get the
row,
ball?
no, it hits off his hands and goes onto the field. So at first they're like, oh, it's a double. And oh no, home run. Reviewed it, kept it as a home run.
He's going to be telling his grandchildren about that drop.
Or he's going to be saying, I helped Shohei come up with a home run. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, Greg Amsinger pointed out one reason to be optimistic and one reason to be concerned about this Mariners lineup. We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 8 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 3 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
The Gene Simmons Band, live Tuesday, April 8th at Muckleshoot Event Center. He's the God of Thunder. He's going to rock and roll all night and bring you an unforgettable night of head-banging rock and roll. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. The Gene Simmons Band, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey, this is a great deal. Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement, incentivizing homeowners like you to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and this is a great time to do it. The days are getting longer. Post 7 p.m. sunsets, those crews can get your roof done quick, just in time for the spring rains to keep your home dry and protected. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from their website, riversideroofingllc.com, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket and a brand new roof over your head. Be sure to ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, their GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers nationally, and the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails and shingles. It's all at riversideroofingllc.com. Tell them Mike Salk sent you. Go to Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. A reminder coming up at 3 o'clock. Best of the rest, our buddy Adam Ray will join us from Parts Unknown at 4 p.m. and then Jon Morosi at 5 p.m. So a lot coming your way. Just kick back, relax. We've got you taken care of. Meanwhile, we had a chance to catch up with one of our favorites, and we say this a lot, but that's the reason they keep coming back. They're our favorites. Greg Amsinger from MLB Network. And if you're a baseball fan, I don't know how you don't like listening to him. You may not even agree with some of his points, but he's just so enthusiastic. He knows so much about baseball. I just love talking to that guy.
The way he talked about the Mariners, he knows the other 29 teams just as well.
Yeah.
Isn't he like a 7'2" or something like that?
I think he's like 6'5".
6'10".
With his hair is probably like 6'7.5". He's got tall hair. But he
does a great job.
Yeah, he's really good, really good. But he talked about a couple of different things yesterday. And again, that conversation is on the podcast page. If you missed it, I would highly recommend it. But he talked about this Mariners offense being a bit too reliant on the veterans, especially the older ones, which in his opinion is concerning.
You gave Mitch Garver decent money to be a quality at bat, which you've seen him do in the playoffs before you. So that's why you signed him. And you got to see if he can do that. He had a miserable offensive season last year. Is Mitch Haniger going to bounce back and be a guy once again? You're asking guys that are up there in age. The other thing, that's the thing, guys, it's not a super young offensive roster, which is also alarming. This, to me, is kind of like that moment of reckoning. I look at the Seattle Mariners, and I sort of compare them to the team I loved growing up, the St. Louis Cardinals right now. I mean, this is kind of like the last hurrah, not for the players on the roster, but to me, for the guys that are pulling the strings.
Yeah, I mean, he brought up Mitch. Both Mitches are 34 years old, so those aren't young guys. They're not ascending anymore. You're hoping that they can bounce back from what they were last year, which was really a lot of nothing, if you're being honest. It just sort of non-participant. They started their opportunities became limited. Garver got more because he became the backup catcher, but toward the end of the season, you hardly saw those guys. So you need something because they're two of the highest paid members of this team currently. You got to get something out of them. You just have to. How they use them, we've talked about that. I have no idea how that rotation if Haniger's on the opening day roster, which I assume he will based on his salary, but you never know. Maybe they cut ties. Who knows? But if he's there, is he your everyday DH? Is it him and Garver rotating each day versus, one versus the lefty, one versus the righty, even though they're both right-handed? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the metrics are going to tell him. Then maybe that'll dictate how often one's the DH over the other, but I don't know how they fit. But he's right. You're counting on two of your highest-paid players and two of your least productive players
and
to
two
chip
of
in.
your oldest players.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of sounds like it's insurmountable, but to me, Mitch Garver's the most important, and the DH position, I guess maybe I'm hung up on that, but I'm sure a lot of Mariner fans are. Just the fact that you haven't had a good DH here since Nelson Cruz. And, that, I don't know, I feel like that's going to be the way that he helps this team. He's on the every other year schedule.
This should be the good year in that schedule?
Yeah, but I mean, I have no idea what could have been different. I don't know how much you got out of, as far as his offseason goes, I don't know how much you got out of that interview with him. He's kind of a quiet guy.
Garver?
Seems very conscientious and cares about, his performance. And,
the one thing he told us, he said he put on 15 to 20 pounds of muscle. I mean, he's a big dude. When you see him, when he's just walking around in his cutoff shirt and stuff, he's put together. But at times his bat looked a bit slow last year. So I don't know if that helps with his bat speed. I could see it working against him, and obviously he's going to know that, and the hitting coaches will know that better than anybody. But that was one thing that stuck out when he said it. Like, it's great, you committed yourself to getting stronger and you wanted to get bigger, but how does that impact what your mechanics are up at the plate? Does it help? Yeah. Maybe more strength helps the bat speed. It's individual with everybody. But yeah, he's And the bummer was for him, he was off to a great start in spring. Then he gets plunked in the hand. Obviously, it wasn't as serious as we feared initially. No broken bones and all that. So maybe he's somebody who can take the positivity of just that feeling of relaxing, like I'm seeing the ball, I've got my timing. Maybe he hits the ground running. That's what we're crossing our fingers for. But Greg's right. I mean, those guys are 34. You bring in Donovan Solano, he's 37. We talked about Dylan Moore. He's 32 years old. Polanco's 31. Crawford's 30. So, yeah, you've got some young guys on this team, but you've got a lot of what would be older guys in baseball years.
Yeah, and I wonder if some of it, he had more plate appearances last year than ever in his career. And
talking about
Garver, yeah, going back to him, and the 172 batting average. I mean, yeah, and he had 15 home runs, 51 RBIs, but I mean, that's not quite enough for him. The strikeouts were ridiculous, 133. Now, you pointed this out, like I just said, a lot more plate appearances than he's ever had, but the strikeouts were maybe the most frustrating thing that was going on with this offense last year.
Yeah, and that's 2 years in a row where they were amongst the, top 2 or 3 at the end of the season in strikeouts. It's just, that's not a top of the list you want to be in. He also went on to talk about, we were talking about bounce back guys and guys you expect to really step up and contribute. And Randy Arozarena had his moments, but overall, he didn't come here and light it up. And he has. We've seen him in big moments with the Rays and the postseason really stepping up. And Greg Amsinger talking about how he expects a big year out of Arozarena.
But I think Randy Arozarena is a guaranteed bounce-back player. I'm actually not worried about Randy Arozarena. Is he going to hit 30 homers? Not in that ballpark. I do think he hits around 25 homers and steals around 30 bases. He was emotional when he was traded for the Tampa Bay Rays. He believed, that organization saved his baseball life because he came up with the Cardinals. That didn't work out. They weren't getting him to the big leagues the way he wanted. And then the whole fiasco where he was on Instagram Live while the manager was talking, and that blew up in his face, and he was embarrassed by it. When he got traded, he didn't want to leave. He sat in the trop with his family, and he was sad. So, I think Randy went through some human issues, and that's the part of this we have to remember sometimes. Let this guy get comfortable. I saw him in camp. He's all smiles. He's excited to play again. I think Randy's a guaranteed bounce-back player for the Seattle Mariners.
Just real quick, a note on Amsinger. Yeah, he has the advantage of, every night he's talking about baseball players, but his recall on Arozarena, and that was a pretty significant deal. But I remember seeing the video of, I think it was him and his wife.
Yeah.
He was sitting in the stands. He loved it there, and it was so. I mean, you can understand why that would be. Why last year you might expect a bounce back type of year, that he, having gotten his family here and everything. That was a big emotional thing that he went through last year.
Yeah, I don't discount that at all. And again, you get him from the beginning of the season on through spring training into the same with Victor Robles. So that's where the interest lies. But you look at he's not somebody we talk about much. When we talk about guys that struggled last year, we point to the 2 Mitches, we point to the inconsistency of Julio, we point to Polanco, we point to everybody else. Arozarena, and he didn't play a full season here, so I'm not trying to tear into a guy who was barely playing. I think 54 games, but in the month of August he hit 225. He had 2 home runs, drove in 8, 367 on base was good. But then you look at September, hit 220, 327 on base, 2 home runs. So he hit 4 total home runs, and he was hitting roughly around 220 the whole time he was here. So he wasn't doing a lot of damage. wasn't the guy you were hoping he would be, the guy you saw in the postseason for the Rays. But I agree with Greg in that he seems one of the likeliest candidates to bounce back or get back to form, and maybe that's something we didn't really acknowledge is just how tough that transition was for him based on how he felt about Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I think we've been talking more about Victor Robles than
because he was electric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, maybe we can expect that out of him. But maybe that whole emotional thing that Greg Amsinger was running us through there, maybe that took him a while to shake that off. And like he said, seems like he's happy and kind of settled here in Seattle.
Coming up, there's another aspect of the Mariners season that holds more weight this year than it has in the past. We'll tell you what that's all about coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Four-time Pro Bowl defensive end DeMarcus Lawrence is now a Seattle Seahawk. This will be his 12th season.
It shouldn't be a surprise from the standpoint of, like, last year, the first move they made was D-line, and it was to sign Leonard Williams. They're going to build up that defensive line, and, you know, it's actually looking pretty good. We still have a first-rounder from last year that has yet to explode.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2. Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
If I were using those top 5 picks, top priority, interior offensive line. Second priority,
interior offensive line.
Defensive tackle.
Interior offensive line, clearly number one for me, and I think there's 2 or 3 guys that at 18 they would absolutely take. I would like to see 2 of the first 3 picks on big people at the line of scrimmage. And all this does is reinforce big people, big people, big people. It's who we are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Build monthly.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab for all the details. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. This contest runs through March 21st. Seattle Sports, home of the Mariners, and your home for opening day.
Play ball! The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll do Best of the Rest. Take a listen to what's happening on the other shows on the station and respond accordingly. You guys can text in throughout the show. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Just looking at the season for the Mariners, and we're days away from opening day. We'll be out there we're at Hatback opening day, right? At Hatback, and then we're at Edgar's the next night. Opening day is Thursday, then we'll be at Edgar's on Friday. So a lot of Mariner baseball in our future here. But
love our guys out at Edgar's. Love going out there.
Yeah, it's always fun. Always a fun time out there. But we were talking to Greg about, just the start this team needs to get off to, and just teams in general. And you always hear it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, 162 games, but Dan Wilson's got that mantra, that focus is, hey, 162 individual battles here. We need them all. You can't, miss the playoffs by one game in multiple seasons and not look at it in a different way. But he talked about why the first 2 months of the season are more important for the Mariners than almost every other team in baseball.
There are certain teams that I believe could lose a postseason spot in the month of April and half of May. One of those two teams, the Cleveland Guardians. The Seattle Mariners are the other team. The starting rotation has to be so good that it gets Jerry to go to ownership and say, guys, I told you I wasn't going to spend any money in free agency. You didn't want me to do that. But let me get back to doing what I do. I know how to make trades. Let me go do this. Let me go get the bats we need. I can't see Jerry Dipoto and A.J. Preller sitting on their hands much longer.
You hope that's the case, that the rotation is equal to, if not better than what it was last year. Now, again, you're going to start the season without George Kirby, so we'll see how that goes. But if we're in another situation where, hey, the offense is not clicking, this rotation is doing it all by themselves, give us some help. Yeah, I could see him making now, whether ownership agrees and says, okay, how much do you need? Here you go. I don't know if it would be and all of this will be dictated by how far out are they when we start approaching the trade deadline. How are you looking at a double-digit gap between you and a playoff spot? Are you 2 games out? Are you a game up? Are that's going to be the biggest thing that dictates what they do at the trade deadline. But I can't imagine if you're right there in the thick of it. The Mariners are a game out or they're a game up, but the offense is lagging. It's a part 2 of last season. Yeah. I cannot imagine them not going, Jerry, go get it. Go do it.
Well, and first of all, when I heard that, I kind of thought that it was like, oh, okay, the rotation is killing it, but we're losing one to nothing,
right?
Things like that. So, but I think to me, that's a no-brainer. I mean, at that point, they didn't spend in the offseason, but I feel like they will make some trades now. How that turns out, we'll see. But there is going to be just a ton of pressure on them to get something done.
Well, yeah,
offensively.
If they're in the thick of it, everybody's going to be going, what are you waiting for?
Yeah.
What are you waiting for? Now, if they're double digits, but if they're 12 games out or whatever, yeah, they're probably not going to do anything, or maybe they're going to try to dump salary. Who knows? But yeah, this is, look, you can't continue to be close and say, we're competitive, we're right there. You got to mix things up, man. You have to, and that's going to fall on ownership. Again, I know people will get mad at Jerry because he's the guy that's going to come out and explain why we did this and why we didn't do that, and he's delivering the message. But the bottom line, it's ownership, and they're the ones dictating. Yeah, you've got this much to spend, or nope, sorry, we can't accommodate you. We can't take on that salary. You want to go get that bat, but this guy's being paid too much, or they're the ones that are going to make that call. That's not going to be up to Jerry. He's going to be the one to identify this is the guy to help us. So if that's the case and he brings over a guy and that guy doesn't work out, then it's fair to be critical of Jerry. But when it comes to money spent or money you're taking on, that's all ownership's decision.
Yeah, and that would be the most frustrating thing possible, and that's where you would really see the fan base start to, because this is one of the things we've talked about during the offseason, and really you hear it from everybody, even fans of other teams, that you've got this amazing rotation and you're squandering it. So yeah,
we heard it from Greg.
Yeah,
yesterday
exactly.
He was dumbfounded. He's like, I cannot believe that you went out and did nothing. You got Solano, and what are you doing? I mean, he was up in arms over that. So yeah, and I think we'll hear more about this in the next segment, a conversation about what kind of start this team needs to get off to, because I think the typical approach is, all right, let's not panic if they're they start out their first 20 games they're a losing team, or the first 30 games they're a losing team. Well, I think the start this year is crucial, and in particular for the fan base. You've already got a fan base that's at a different level of exasperation than they've been in the past, in my opinion. And I think if you get off to a slow start specifically because of your offense, that is just gallons of gas on a bonfire right now. That is, people are already upset about what they did not do to address the offense in the offseason. So if perhaps they get off to a slow start, in large part because the offense just isn't there, it's going to be brutal. And I don't know what that attendance is going to look like. Now, look, if they turn it around and they start winning, yeah, people are going to show up for a winner. But I think you're going to see a quick bail on this team if they get off to a slow start because the offense is struggling. I'm
trying to imagine the kind of texts that we'll be getting, because
told ya.
Well, because Greg Amsinger too. I mean, we just talked about it. I mean, he's on. His face is everywhere, and he knows every team and intimately. And for him to finally say that, it's like that's the last straw. Okay, and so people are gonna. I just wonder if, I know you're on social media. My social media is the text toy.
Yeah,
that's basically.
What you're pretty sneaky on Twitter though. You seem to pop up with like, hey, did you see this guy tweeted this? I'm like, where did you get that?
Really?
You've done that a few times. You've popped up some tweets. Yeah, he's kind of sneaky savvy with social media.
No, this is the best slow play. If Dave really did have a burner. Like, you have played it off so well, pretending to be incompetent at technology, pretending not to know what to do, and all of a sudden, you're working like 5 burner accounts.
That would be funny. He's out there he's trolling everybody. he's trolling all the other hosts out here. You stink. He's just find out Dave's behind all of it.
That would if I could pull that off.
That would be awesome.
It would have to be a brain transplant.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, the things that we hear from the texters are just like social media. I mean, they're just beside themselves over the fact that the pitching is so good. And I do think the pitching is going to be, I think it's going to be awesome. Bryce Miller, I cannot wait to see. That's the one guy that I'm the most excited about, having talked to him down at spring training, but then also just, how he's confident, and you could pick any of those guys.
Yep.
And say, hey, this is our guy. And yeah, if that's the case, And like I said, they're losing games 1-0. Oh my God, that's going to be frustrating.
It's going to be poorly received. I'll just say that. Opening day is almost here, and we're going to send you and a friend to experience it in a way you never have before. Talking about front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and much more. And you do it all from the field. So to enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, no big deal. You just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's totally free. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Friday, March 21st. All right, coming up, not everyone is in agreement about the Mariners needing a fast start this season. We're going to hear about that in Best of the Rest. It's coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that?
Unbelievable.
Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Washington Commanders are making their new offensive weapon feel very welcome in Deebo Samuel, as they've taken care of his contract, now guaranteeing $17 million of his contract in 2025. And they also added $3 million worth of incentives. This is according to Adam Schefter. Before this move, Samuel had no guaranteed money remaining and was scheduled to have a base salary of $16.6 million with a $200,000 workout bonus and a per-game roster bonus of $44,000 worth up to $750,000. So in a much better position financially. Meanwhile, the Tokyo series continues. The Dodgers win again. They are now 2-0 on the season as they beat the Cubs 6-3 in that game. Shohei Ohtani with a home run in 2 games, hitting .375 with a .500 on base.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. You guys can weigh in on whatever you've got on your mind. We got Adam Ray joining us at 4 p.m. today, Jon Morosi at 5 p.m., but right now it's time to get to best of the rest.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yeah, I'm just not good at that.
Tone it down.
It's time for the best of the rest.
How dare you?
Let's start with Brock and Salk talking about the Seahawks, talking about the O-line issues, and having a conversation about how the Seahawks are addressing those issues.
What is the deal with the offensive line? What is going on? They know they need to get better, right? John has said he knows he needs to get better. He's even said he tried to get better. He knows that this is the thing that is most problematic. And we've had this conversation before. There are only so many options, right? And they know, because we've seen it over and over again, we know anyway, that the bargain route just has not worked for this team on the offensive line. So what are they doing?
Okay, so before we kind of dig into this here and now, talk me through this. We'll do this together, this exercise.
Good.
Because, as you said, it has been a fatal flaw for a number of years. Is this struggle because of the physical personnel you've had, or is this the struggle because of your development?
Easiest question you've asked me in forever.
Wow.
The easy answer to that question is yes. It is on both of those things. They haven't been good at drafting and signing people, and they haven't been good at developing them.
I mean, Russell Okung and Charles Cross would kind of like beg to differ. They'd kind of say, no, we're pretty good players.
Those two guys are top 10 picks.
Correct.
Or whatever.
And that's the point. I think, honestly, as we dig into this, that's going to be the point. That supply chain is bone dry.
And yet, other teams seem to find them.
Not many, Salt.
No, but enough.
I mean, I think that's
don't care
easy.
how many. You need to be one of them.
I think that's very easy to say.
No, it isn't. You have to be one of them. It has nothing to do with being easy or not. If you want a team that is going to be good at the things you say you want to be good at, you have to bring in good players to do it.
What's the most frustrating thing that you see during a game when it comes to offensive line? When you see poor offensive line play, what's the one thing that drives you nuts?
Seeing defenders in the backfield upon the snap, that's pretty frustrating. Seeing somebody up there just completely whiff or look like they're not going the direction they're supposed to. I mean,
is it the quarterback getting sacked? Is it not being able to pick up a third and fourth and short?
The short, when you're going for it and it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1 and you're putting that level of faith in your O-line to just move this pile a yard or even a half a yard, and the running back will get the other half. It's all frustrating. It's all part of seeing the quarterback under immediate pressure, the running back running into a brick wall every time, unable to convert on a 4th and less than a yard at times.
To me, that's
maddening.
That's the killer. That's the one that gets me. And typically I try to not be a huge critic of the offensive line just because there's a lot, I think, that we don't know. But I think in the beginning there, Salk said he'd try to get better. He was talking to, I don't think Schneider said, I'm going to try to get better.
Well, no, he said they tried. And I think he's talking about the Will Fries thing.
Yeah.
That they made an attempt and that
it was just
work.
funny using the word try, I thought. And then he said fatal flaw. Well, I don't know if it's been fatal. I mean,
they've worked around it.
Yeah, they've gone to the playoffs 10 out of 15 years. John, and I think John doesn't feel like there's talent out there that is worth it as far as the dollars go. So I think that might be the biggest disconnect for him, is that he has ratings of players and he doesn't see the value in some of them. The other thing I think that's been a problem.
Are you talking in general or just this year?
I'm talking in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about a fatal flaw for all these years, and everybody attaches that to John. And gosh, I mean, I guess if you look at what John's done, that's probably been the one position where he's had the least success.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's close. 'Cause I think they've had success at every other spot.
Yeah.
They've found great safeties, great running backs, receivers, quarterbacks, what have you. Yeah, the O-line has been their bugaboo, Dave, amongst others out there. But
what are some of the other bugaboos?
Well, can't get into that on the air.
But we did it in a sales meeting yesterday. I brought that up.
That would have been
you
poorly
weren't
received.
To answer the question.
Nope.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's been you're right. They've worked their way around it. They've been able to deal with it for a lot of years. They were able to do it because you had a very mobile quarterback in Russell Wilson, and you had a running back that refused to be tackled in Marshawn Lynch. It was just a battering ram. So those two covered up a lot of warts.
Yeah, how much? I don't really know. I feel like the offensive line thing, it's kind of like piling on, that people just more and more and more. I wouldn't say that it's been great. That's for sure. But yeah, I just think it's a position that's easy to criticize because I'll be honest, I do it too. And one of when we're looking at an opponent going into the game, and am I going to go and watch, the Philadelphia Eagles every, snap on their offense, things like that? No, I'm not. But I am going to look at film. And then the other thing I'm going to look at is, how well do they run the ball? Mm-hmm. Where do they rank as far as that goes, and how many sacks are we giving up? So, but yeah, I mean, I think it's just interesting to me that it's the one position that I think the least number of people understand, and yet it is the most criticized by far. So I think that's, to me, I'm a little bit on that. I feel like there is a little bit too much complaining. But if you were to ask me what I think the biggest struggle is for the Seahawks, yeah, it would be offensive line.
I just feel like it's their blind spot for whatever reason. And again, none of this is singular. It's not just one guy. It's not just John, because it was a problem when Pete was there. It was a problem when Tom Cable was there.
Well, and that's what I was going to mention.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've had a bevy of different offensive coordinators, different O-line coaches, certainly a different head coach. Yeah, John's been the consistent member of all of that, but he is not the only one making these choices and these decisions on who they draft or who they bring in as a free agent. He's a part of it, but it to me, it has been their biggest blind spot over a very long period of time. And you needn't look any further than the guys they draft. How many O-linemen that they've drafted have they re-signed?
Yeah.
It's a very small. We were going through it the other day. It's Russell Okung. I assume it's going to be Charles Cross. Who was the other? Justin Britt. Who was the other one? There was one more. I mean, when you can count on one hand, how many you've signed to a second contract over a decade, beyond a decade, that's not a good track record. Now, why it's that way, I don't know. But and again, I'm not throwing it all on John, but he is the one guy who's been there through the whole thing. But, you know, when Cable was here, he was given a lot of latitude by all accounts in terms of who they drafted, who they brought in. He's the one that told us Luke Jokel was the best guard in the league the previous season.
Well, I'd say it's on John. Yeah, I mean, I think you don't think it's all on that.
It's not
I guess
solely on him.
It depends on, what, as far as how much Pete had to say and things like that.
Or Cable. You hear that he had a lot of say when he was here.
Yeah, but I think it's – I don't always – I'm more with Brock in this discussion anyway. We got to move on. But, I don't – I think most people want to go throw money at, this guy, this player, and I think it's more about what you're asking your offensive line to do. So, and that's kind of what I'm banking on. I'll be very interested to see, what happens. I just, the one thing that just drives me nuts, we have to be able to move people off the ball.
Yeah.
Have to.
All right, moving on. Bump and Stacey talking Seahawks as well and evaluating the Seahawks free agency to this point.
When we're talking about the Seahawks moves or lack thereof in free agency, the number one thing that we're going to talk about, the number one thing we're going to see from listeners is where's the offensive line help? Where are the big guys?
All right, let's focus on the development part to start. It's can this guy take the next step? There's someone who texts in all the time, and he's talking about, I forgot who it was, but they always say, well, Charles Cross isn't a Pro Bowler, so he hasn't been developed. I think Charles Cross is a heck of a player, and he'll be just fine. Abe Lucas, heck of a player, he'll be just fine. They can get better as far as evaluating and hitting in the draft. Where they struggle the most is the development of these guys. Like Christian Haynes has to take a step forward. If you hit on one offensive lineman this year, Christian Haynes looks a lot better, then we might feel a bit different about the whole situation. But your track record past 4 years, 3 years is like, look, the process is wrong. These guys aren't coming here getting better, are not good enough to play for you here. And when it's time for them to get re-upped, you don't re-up them, they go somewhere else. And then some guys have decent careers.
Some of what they do in theory is fine. I am okay with them not paying Will Fries because he wouldn't do a physical and they felt a little uncomfortable.
I'm okay. I still wanted it, though.
Exactly. I'm okay with that. I still wanted it. But it becomes easier and fair to be more critical when you consider that the Seahawks have never had a great offensive line under John and Pete. I know now it's just John, but the best version of the offensive line they've ever had was in their Super Bowl winning season. Not a coincidence. It was also when they invested the most resources.
Here's another one. Damian Lewis. Damian Lewis was a guy who came in here, I want to say he was drafted in 2019, 2020, and he was pretty much from the second he arrived here the starter at guard until all the way through the year, and even played at center in one game and played well. And then he just fell out of favor, and then the Carolina Panthers pay him like $52 million over 3 years. And then we hear from Mark Schlereth, he's actually playing really well. I mean, how do you explain that?
I can't. It's coaching. It's development. It's what he just. Yeah. It's what Bump just said. It's what the glaring. When we talk about how many O-linemen have they re-signed, that they draft this guy, he plays out his rookie contract or gets to the final year, and they say, we want to keep this guy. How many times does that happen? We've talked about it. You can count them on one hand. That speaks to the development. And it often speaks to just identifying the talent, because not all of these guys are Damian Lewis.
Yeah.
You get other guys that come in here and wow, this guy hasn't done anything. And James Carpenter, he played for a few years. He wasn't a Pro Bowler. Does being on a roster count as a success? I guess it's a first round pick. I don't look at it that way, but some looked at it as, well, he's still on this team, he's still on that team. Like, well, yeah, because everybody needs an O-lineman, but it doesn't mean he's the best option. He may just be what was available.
Yeah,
and we know that better than anybody out here.
And a first-rounder should be Pro Bowler. He should be a Pro Bowl player.
He should be at least on the precipice of that. He should be very good. I would think if you're spending a first-round pick on a player, they should at minimum be very good.
Yeah. But, so we'll see. I mean, I think it's league-wide. I mean, it's a league-wide problem. You have, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that everybody knows exactly how to evaluate. I think more than anything, and we've talked about this before, when you're not talking about your offensive line, you've got a good offensive line.
Yeah, 100%.
And then, there are a few, rare teams like Philadelphia that, their offensive line's awesome. They've done a really good job building it. But, yeah, it's just that's going to be the most exciting thing to watch this year, I think. I mean, I don't think it's Sam Darnold or whether or not Cooper Kupp's going to be the leader on offense. All of that, I just think it's going to be, man, can they get something out of, especially the fact that they think that they're young guys, they can develop and they're going to be good.
Yeah, well, they better hope they do, because then Darnold and Kupp aren't going to matter as much. If they're just under pressure the entire game, we've talked about it. If it falls apart in the trenches, then it impacts Darnold, impacts Kupp, impacts everything else you're trying to do. So you're right. They have got to get that fixed. Meanwhile, Brock and Salk here getting into the Mariner conversation and, in their opinion, explaining, at least Salk anyway, why it's not necessary for the Mariners to get off to a fast start.
We talked a little bit last week, I think it was last week, and everybody kind of got mad at me because we were talking about the importance of a fast start for the Mariners. My unpopular opinion will remain, if they don't start fast, I'm not going to freak out, because I don't think April results are very indicative of how a team will finish at the end of the year. That doesn't mean each game's not important. It doesn't mean each game that they win or lose won't affect their overall record just as much as another one does. But I'm just not going to look at April performance as indicative of what the whole year is going to be. I'm not going to do that.
Oh, you're not?
I'm really not.
You're not.
And in case you were wondering, I do have some numbers for you. I'd like to come prepared.
But you do realize why you feel what you feel off that text toy. Because much like when we talk about the Seahawks O-line, they don't get the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
You just don't get the benefit of the doubt.
I know.
Like, you start slow, you're just not going to get, they're going to turn it around, they're going to make the playoffs, is what they do.
But I'm not saying, no one's saying that. It's just that you can't look at it and assume that's what's going to continue. Last year, even more disappointing, you only won 85 games. Started 17-13. Pretty good. They seem to have exactly zero relationship to how the team ended up finishing. Like, zero. So, again, I'm not going to freak out whether they, start off the year 20-10, or if they start off the year, 15-15, or 12-18, or what. Like, I'm not going to freak out about those things.
I'll bet you Salk will freak out over it.
Yeah, some of it'll depend on how are they losing. Are they getting just gems from their rotation? Are these guys just going out there and giving you 6 or 7 and allowing 2 runs or fewer, 3 runs, or quality start after quality start, and it's the offense that's coming up short again? Yeah, I would imagine if he doesn't verbalize it, he'll be feeling it internally, and maybe he's just going to want to commit to I'm not going to freak out, but internally, I'm freaking out. This is making me nuts.
To me, the quality start and no offense to support it that's as good as not being able to pick up a 3rd and 2 and a 4th and 2 consecutively on consecutive plays.
When it's just when you waste such a strong play, you're not wasting a moment. There you're talking about one play, a moment. Whereas you're looking at a pitcher who's throwing 100 pitches, he's gotten you through 6+ and allowed 2 runs, maybe 3 or fewer. He's giving you the quality start. He's kept you in the game. He's done his job. He's out there battling every inning, and he gets no support. He's got nothing. He takes the L, takes the loss because the offense lets them down. So I agree with Salk in that, whatever their record is in April doesn't mean that's who they are for the entire season, good or bad. If they start out and they're, as he said, 15-15, or they're 20-10, does that mean that's who they are just moving forward? No, because teams develop. Guys start hitting their stride. Some guys cool off. Some guys get hurt. I mean, that's kind of, to me, stating the obvious. It's the team at the end of the season doesn't often resemble the team in April. But I maintain this is the most consequential season that I can remember in a long time in terms of the start of the year for the fan base. For the fan base. Yeah, he's right. If they get off to a slow start, does that mean the season's over and they can't make the playoffs? No, not at all. But I think you've just got such a large segment of this fan base that is just at their wits' end. They're done complaining about, I'm tired of the offense. I'm tired of it. It's the same story every year. And if it happens again, I just think the tolerance, I think the patience is just not there for it. I really don't. Now, will they come back if the team turns around, starts, they're on a red-hot streak? I'm certain they will. But I think it'll be a rough road up until that point.
Yeah, I think that's what, and this is my social media, the text toy.
Yeah.
I noticed that Brock calls it the text toy too. Somehow, Kevin Calabro, he was the one that used to call it that. But yeah, that to me is social media, and that's exactly what we've been hearing, is that we're not gonna come to the games if this offense doesn't show up, and especially support great performances by this rotation.
All right, one more. This comes from Bump and Stacy talking about how they see Sam Darnold fitting into this Seahawks offense.
Do you think he has the help that he needs now with Cooper Kupp and JSN, or is there more that you're looking to?
He's got help, but it's not the same type of help. That's for sure. If he were to come over here and DK was still here, and I think Lockett is kind of like you can do with or do without type of wideout because you can find his production out there. But the main thing is not having DK. And you replaced him with Cooper Kupp. You didn't replace DK with MVS. You replaced DK with Cooper Kupp. What are you going to get out of him? We shall see. I'm expecting 700 yards, 4 to 6 touchdowns, and I'd be fine with that. He has help, but it's not the youthful help that he had with the Minnesota Vikings. Mm-hmm. It's also he's not going into a situation where the identity is already established. Like, they're trying to create who they are over here in Seattle, and the Vikings were just a year ahead when it comes to the Seahawks. So he has some help, but he needs offensive line help. He needs offensive coordinator help. He needs healthy help. He needs Cooper to stay healthy. Yeah. There are some things that need to happen. He don't have the same type of help, though, but he also isn't in that same division either. So maybe it doesn't require the same amount of help that he needed with the Vikings.
Maybe you don't need Justin Jefferson
Maybe you don't
and
need
Jordan Addison.
They did have some good weapons there in Minnesota, no question about that. When you look at Cooper Kupp, do you see him as a guy that's replacing DK?
I think he's
a lot of people are kind of making that comparison.
If you lost 2 receivers, you brought 2 in. The better of the 2 receivers that you lost in terms of threat and what they're going to do was DK. He is faster, he's bigger, he's stronger, he's younger than Tyler. Tyler obviously more accomplished, a longer career, but yeah, he was more of a threat. So you remove both those guys, you bring in MVS, you bring in Cooper Kupp. All right, well, if you're just going by what they've established themselves as being, who they've been in their career, what they bring to the table, yeah, it's clear Cooper Kupp is your person to replace DK. He's the guy with the history. He's the guy that's got that resume. MVS, if you look at his numbers, and we had a great conversation with him, very nice guy. But if you look at his numbers, there's nothing there that blows you away. He hasn't had crazy productive seasons where you're like, whoa, look at that. He's capable of this. They signed him to a 1-year deal.
Up to $5 million.
Up to $5.5 million. So it just different commitment to one over the other. Different expectation with one. There's to me a dramatically higher expectation with Cooper Kupp than there is with MVS, and you saw it by the reaction of the fans when they signed MVS. It was kind of like, okay, and then when they signed Kupp, everybody's like, oh yeah. I mean, there was just a completely different reaction. So yes,
yeah, I would say it's 3 times as much as far as the reaction goes.
Oh yeah.
Because he's making 3 times as much money.
Yeah,
he's making. I mean, up to $5 million. To me, MVS and his numbers and everything, I don't even really care because it's only $5 million.
Yeah,
and even if it doesn't work out at all, I think it would be like, okay. But yeah, I mean, I think Cooper Kupp is the big one. It's interesting that the reason why I asked that question is just because DK we've talked about is one of a kind.
Yeah.
So he's really hard to. As far as a comp goes, I think it's going to be tough for anybody to be a comp. But, for Cooper Kupp, like I said, the leadership, to me, that's your leader right now on offense. It's to me, it's just a different kind of signing.
All right, coming up, we know to never be surprised by a Seahawks first-round pick, but there could be one position that catches everybody off guard. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 7:10 a.m. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
And the Seattle Sports app.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
On March 28th, a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home. Jason Statham is a working man. Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop. From the director of The Beekeeper. This is human trafficking. You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep. You ain't a cop. You're a working man. That's right. Time to get to work. A Working Man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Your
are free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Just getting into that social media, showing Dave that our guy Mark Schlereth going after another angry soul on Twitter.
Another victim?
Yeah, I love when he resorts to taking a picture of his hand with all of his Super Bowl rings on it.
That should annoy me, but it doesn't.
It's very funny.
It's very funny.
He does not shy away from those who will rip into him behind a keyboard.
Well, it's funny to me that, people he's questioning his knowledge about football and his ability to play football, which seemed to be the case there.
Yeah, they said, he was responding to somebody who said, for whatever reason, I scored as many TDs as you did last year, and I've got asthma. You're pathetic. And then Mark responded, well, I've never scored a TD, and I don't have asthma, but I do have these. And then he had a picture of his hand with 3 Super Bowl rings on it.
I'm surprised he didn't flip the guy off. Show him one.
He kept. Well, he did in his video when he was going, here, Jets fans, here's this one. I got this one when we beat so-and-so, and then he did the last one, which was the middle finger. He goes, and this last one here, as he just props up that middle finger, it was beautiful. So, yeah. Point being, follow Schlereth on Twitter if you want to be amused by the back and forth he has with some fans out there. Meanwhile, I was thinking of this last night. We've talked about this a bit before, that trying to predict what the Seahawks do with their first round pick is a fool's errand. Like if you get it right, you're just lucky. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea, and that includes people that are close in that building. They have no idea what they're going to do. Is there any position though, outside of kicker and punter? Let me remove the obvious. Outside of those two, that if they drafted a player at this position at number 18, that you would just go, what in the world are you doing? Outside of a kicker and a punter, so that leaves every other position. Would you just it would cause you, Seahawks with the 18th selection, take so-and-so tight end or so-and-so running back?
Well, they just signed 2 wide receivers with much fanfare.
But one's a one-year deal, so it's a for now signing.
I mean, I've already said I'll be fine if they draft and I understand there's some good wide receivers there, but it just wouldn't make sense to me based on what they've done. That they have JSN, they went and got a couple of guys. It seems like it's not a lot of times where you have 4 wide receivers or even 3 wide receivers on the field. So I guess that one would still be.
That would bother you more than a running back? They spent a first round. They past 2 drafts. They've spent a second round, and everybody says this is one of the great running back drafts. Now, the last 2 drafts, second round picks were spent on a running back in each of the previous 2 drafts.
Yeah,
that would fly in the face of all the conventional wisdom out there that says you don't spend a high round draft pick on a running back because you can get a productive guy in the later rounds or even as a free agent. And the Seahawks have done that. We've seen them do that.
Well, and no doubt that kid would be under a lot of pressure a lot of pressure coming in. But that would be shocking. And you know what? Up until today, I was looking at some of the linebackers working out, and Jihad Campbell, the inside backer out of Alabama. Yeah, I mean, if they signed him, I would be okay with that. To put somebody next to Ernest Jones. Now, I thought Tyrese Knight did a really good job. They do have, I think, some depth issues at the off-the-ball inside linebackers. But, that one, I actually wouldn't. I've kind of warmed up to that. But what if they draft a tight end?
Well, yeah, that's Daniel Jeremiah. And I'm just, all these mock drafts, I was just looking up at the screen, and Mel Kiper has Jackson Dart, who a lot of fans out here would love to see the Seahawks go after. All of a sudden, he's a top 10 pick, going 9th to the Saints.
Wow.
So doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's where his stock is rising, and he was thought to be a guy that would be a second, third, and some depending on which mock you looked at. But Daniel Jeremiah, looking at the Seahawks in his mock draft, has them taking Michigan tight end Colston Loveland in his latest mock draft. In his little blurb that he wrote, the Seahawks might have bigger needs, but the value is just too great to pass up Loveland at number 18. The former Michigan tight end joins Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp, to give Sam Darnold an intriguing group of pass catchers. Would that make you nuts if they drafted a tight end at 18?
No, not at all. I mean, look, I think the tight end position's become really fascinating. That when you get a guy that's really good, we've seen it in our division with George Kettle. Shout out to the professor. And you see what Kelsey, and I mean, I think a really good tight end is almost like a security blanket for a quarterback. So, and then it'd be kind of interesting to see. I'm sure he knows Barner, AJ Barner, and Barner, I thought, had a really good year for a rookie, and I think he's poised to kind of make that jump, and I think it would be interesting. Plus, I think they're going to have to add some depth at tight end because, you've got Barner and then you've got Fant, but other than that, I think that's...
Who's the guy you bring up that's always on the practice squad for the past decade?
Yeah. Oh, Tyler Mabry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Tyler. He actually got in a game and caught a touchdown. I can't remember what year that was, but
feels like he's been on the practice squad for a decade.
He's been on since the pandemic. He's been on the practice squad.
My goodness.
And he was a guy that was coming out of, I think he was at Maryland, and he went to Buffalo or vice versa. And I think it was because he felt like he could get drafted higher if he went another year in college, and gambled and lost, and then, but no, he's a good, solid guy, but I don't know that he's going to be, he wasn't a first-round draft choice, that's for sure. So, that'll be...
Tight end would be interesting if they did that, and I don't know what kind of player Loveland's going to be. I don't know. I mean, look, Raiders drafted Brock Bowers last year, and he was really good, and everybody expected him to be really good. Now, he was the 13th overall pick.
Yeah, I think he had more catches of any tight end.
He had 112 catches. He had 153 targets. He had 1,194 receiving yards and 5 touchdowns. So, yeah, as a rookie, that's a big year. That's it. So if I don't know if Loveland projects to be something similar or what, the details of his game, but if they looked at him and felt like, hey, he would be an equivalent to this or something in that neighborhood, I could get behind that.
Yeah, I mean, right now you look at really the only ones they list. I think that Tyler Mabry's still on the practice squad, but Brady Russell is the other one. But who's a good, solid player. He's kind of the hero of preseason last year. But you got AJ Barner and you got Noah Fant. I mean, I would be okay with that. But yeah, you look at. So it's just interesting, that position, just because I can never really figure it out, because those guys aren't necessarily blazing speed, or they're not like so overly overpowering that you can't cover them with a defensive back. I mean, yeah, it's an interesting position, but
when they're good,
the
they're
guys
damaging.
that do it well, man, are just incredibly
Kelsey,
productive.
Kittle, Mark Andrews. I mean, yeah, you just Bowers. You just see how just devastating they can be at times, and how much of a weapon they truly are. And the Seahawks have just never had. That's the other thing we've talked about, even long before Pete. I mean, the craziest thing about this organization is that the most accomplished tight end in the history of this organization, just looking at stats, is Jimmy Graham.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Graham, the guy that all the Seahawks fans love to hate and say it was terrible, what a terrible pickup. That is your statistical leader in the history of this organization at the tight end spot. So it just speaks to what that position has just been since the inception of this team. It's an oddity to me that they just have not had a more, at least at some period in some decade in the past, a tight end that was much more of a weapon. But your all-time leader, Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, I thought the most effective tight end was Zach Miller.
Yeah.
To me, it was the complete
heck
package.
of an O-lineman.
You know, I love my guy, Mike Tice, but Mike Tice was an offensive lineman, basically. But, that would not make me mad, but I think it might be something like that. Everybody's thinking, offensive line, and I think people are going to be outraged, but...
Yeah, especially if it's a name we've been hearing over and over and over as being one of the elite O-linemen coming out in this draft, and if that name is sitting there and they go for not even a different O-lineman, but just a different position, they go tight end, they go receiver, they go safety, people are going to lose their minds.
Nobody was mad last year.
With Murphy?
With Murphy. I think he was the second defensive pick in the draft.
Yeah, the year they were coming off of, though, it made sense because they were so bad against the run. They did that addressed a pressing need, so that made sense to everybody. All right, opening day, by the way, is almost here, and we are going to be sending you and a friend to experience it in a way you never have before, talking about front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and much more, all from the field. So to enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's totally free. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Friday, March 21st. Coming up, it is What If Wednesday. Today's What If question. What if Cooper Kupp wasn't from this state? We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and have to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
What?
What?
It's time for What If Wednesday.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt.
Wyman and Bob rewrite the scripts of major moves and moments in sports every Wednesday afternoon. Now step into an alternative reality with Wyman and Bob.
It is What If Wednesday, presented by Mazda of Everett. And today's What If question, it's the hypothetical that we play each and every week. And we need people to do their best to remove your fandom. Just really try to be objective here in answering this question, which I know will be tough for a lot of people because they have a lot of passion behind this. What if Cooper Kupp was from Florida? He was from Texas. He was from anywhere other than Washington. What would your reaction have been? How would people have responded to that signing? because I really feel, Dave, there would have been a lot of criticism about his age and his injury history. And, this is going to be the guy. But because you saw it, you saw the text, you saw your social media page there.
You were there. You saw it.
You saw it, Dave. There was all of this excitement, and 90% of it was based on that what they would make mention of him being from here. Yes, a hometown guy, and yes, he crushed the Huskies when he was at Eastern Washington. I mean, we just saw it left and right. I met him over here, and I met him there, and so there's that immediate connection, which I don't blame people for, but just remove that element of it. How would you realistically and honestly have responded to this signing? Would you have still been as excited, do you think? Would the masses have been as excited as they currently are?
The masses
signing?
Or me?
Well, just the Well, I know you don't care.
Okay.
Because I don't care where
That's
he's from.
good.
Yeah.
I'm glad you know that.
I do know that.
I don't care if he's from a small town like Spokane.
Yeah.
I really don't.
And let the text fly.
Oh, that was fun. Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's kind of cool. It's a cool element for. I think for the Seahawks, I don't think Schneider, but like for the Seahawk front office and the PR guys and everything, it's awesome, right? Like he's one of our own, and then for him to say things like, when he came. I don't know. Maybe we're going to play the clip. But as far as like, I guess we're not. Yesterday. No, it was yesterday. He was walking in. He was like looking at all these pictures. And, he's like, I remember where I was. He was probably going to prom or something, or, oh, look, there's Doug Baldwin. I was in high school, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's cool. That's great for the fans. It's great for PR. It does a lot. I mean, we're all about what happens on the field and does this guy fit and this and that. But for the Seahawks, the organization, I mean, it's awesome. They're going to sell some tickets because of Cooper Kupp. There's no question about it. So, but yeah, it doesn't really matter to me. But I do think that a lot of fans that are going, oh man, this is we're okay with DK. You and I already said. I mean, at least I think you did that. Like I'm not ready to say that this is a better wide receiver group than we had last year because we don't really know. We knew Tyler, we knew DK, we knew JSN somewhat. He's a young guy, but we don't really know yet. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it's cool that, but I don't think that anything other than he's going to be really shocked to hear how quiet it is when the offense is on the field.
He's excited about that.
Then that's great. But I don't know. I think most people though. I think your average fan, and I'm not saying anything critical about it, like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I mean, but I think it's cool. It's cool for them. But I don't think that I don't think people would be nearly as happy if he was from Alaska.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Alaska would be cool.
Yeah, it's because we're considered Southern Alaska. So, there would be that connection.
There's too much of a connection there.
Yeah, it'd have to be on the other side of the country.
Right, because like Montana, Idaho, I mean,
the regional guy.
Kind of cool, but
if he's like Florida, if he's Texas,
he doesn't look like a Florida guy to me.
No. 425 says Kupp not being from Washington, instead of being able to do no wrong, he would only get one or two mistakes before getting disliked and possibly booed. I don't know if they'd be that impatient with him, but 360 says, where did it go? I just lost it. Oh, here it is. Boy, it really chaps your backside that so many people are hyped for Cooper Kupp, doesn't it? Why would that chap? That doesn't even make any sense. What if he wasn't from here? He's a damn good receiver. I'm sure a lot of people would still be excited regardless. Okay. I don't get the anger in that one. And I don't know why you think I'd be mad that people are excited about him.
Looks like the 253 grunted this and somebody typed it in for him. You are love with DK. He stinks. Kupp has Velcro hands.
You are love. Yeah,
exactly
we are love with DK. 425 says, this is the dumbest what-if question I've ever heard. How about that, Lefko?
Jeez.
Taking a shot at you.
I don't care.
Don't check
I don't really care about their opinions.
Make sure that's not.
We know that. It's not Friday yet, but
especially the people from the small towns on the eastern part of the state.
I think it's a very good question. I think it's a fair question because of the level of excitement we saw in the text, and no, it doesn't chap my backside that people are excited. I'm glad they're excited. It turned the vibe of the offseason around in the way that we talked about, the way that the Polanco signing, oddly enough, last year did, where there was just kind of a simmering, I don't know, why haven't they done anything with the O-line? Why haven't they done anything with the O-line? As soon as this move happened, all the text started flying. This is awesome. I love it. And the people telling their stories, which is great. I'm rooting for him to be a superstar.
I hope he doesn't continue to follow the Polanco line.
No. We don't want any part of that.
And hey, look, maybe it just took a year for Jorge Polanco to come back. But yeah, no, I think it's a great story, and I think people, again, like I said, it's not just about the football evaluation. It's about selling tickets, and that's great. But I sure liked what I heard from him.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him out there. 253, bleep him, he's washed. I don't agree with that. I think there's still something in the tank. Another one, I agree about Kupp. Okay, maybe agreeing that their response wouldn't have been nearly as passionate. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. Yeah, if he were coming here from Colorado, or he's a Texas native or anywhere else, yeah, it wouldn't have been to the same level that we saw. I don't think that's an outrageous statement, but let's see. Kupp was also a guy that tormented you in the division, so that was an appeal beyond his local roots. That's fair. That's a fair point.
Somebody says it's a fair question. He was overpaid. $15 million for 3 years.
It was a little bit more than I thought he would get.
Yeah,
because we saw DeAndre Hopkins get $6 million. We saw, who else? There was another fairly prominent name out there that got sort of a marginal deal. God, who was it? It's DeAndre Hopkins. Anyway, it didn't feel like the market was that big for older receivers by football standards, and then older receivers with an injury history. You thought, okay, well, what's that going to do to his market? It's a good deal for him. We still haven't seen the details as to what's guaranteed and what's not with it, but on the surface, that's a pretty solid deal. So there you go. I thought it was a great question, Lefko. I thought it was
Thank
fantastic.
you. That's why I value your guys' opinions.
Yeah.
Not the people that, aren't even awake yet. And just that person probably just woke up, has no idea what we're talking about.
What is it, Wednesday?
Can't even remember that Friday is the day to send in mean text, but Friday, send in your mean text.
Yeah, that's right. Friday. All right, we're not sure how he convinced the Mariners to let him be part of the team for a day, but we'll talk to Adam Ray about his roasting of the team, his day of running the bases out there like Jesus Montero. We're going to cover it all coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Sam Darnold, new quarterback for your Seattle Seahawks.
Feeling so welcome, the second that I walked in the building. Really looking forward to also just playing games at Lumen Field. Those fans are electric, to say the least. Man, I'm just so excited to call myself a Seahawk and just, make that home for, hopefully years to come.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Every year we see a spike in serious accidents involving motor vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians occurring in the few days after daylight saving time. If you are injured in an accident, protect your legal rights with an experienced team of lawyers who know how to get results. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 to request a free legal consultation or get my free book on car accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Choose Syntec full synthetic motor oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all. And super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Minnesota Vikings are moving past their discussions with free agent quarterback Aaron Rodgers, leaving second-year player J.J. McCarthy sitting atop that depth chart at the quarterback spot. Now, the Vikings apparently spent the better part of a week considering their options after Rodgers apparently made it clear he preferred to sign with the team, according to sources. The internal deliberations intensified after Sam Darnold signed with the Seahawks and Daniel Jones, who they envisioned as a veteran wingman for McCarthy, rejected their contract offer and instead signed with the Indianapolis Colts. Meanwhile, the world of Major League Baseball continues. The Dodgers officially 2-0 on the season as they continue the Tokyo series. They beat the Cubs again 6-3 the final. In that game, Shohei Ohtani with a home run. He has now got a .500 on-base percentage in the first 2 games.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, we had a great time out there at spring training with the Mariners. The weather wasn't awesome, but we were out there. But we weren't allowed to do all of the things. We didn't run around, with the uniform on. We didn't get in the batting cage. We weren't allowed to run the bases. But our buddy Adam Ray was. He was out there. They were letting him do all those things, and he finally crossed home plate. And now he's ready to join us here after his base hit. He ripped one into shallow left field out there as we get a close look at his mouth on the video stream here.
Is this as broken up for me as it is for you, or does it look clear on your end?
It's you look fine. You look. We're seeing
great.
we're seeing like one eye, but there you go. Lean back. Now there we go. Lean back.
No. Get closer again. Oh God.
Oh, how dare you, Dave? Dave.
Adam Ray is with us, by the way.
I'm trying to be funny.
Where are you? Are you home or are you on the road?
I'm home in L.A. I came, come on up, Bagel. I'm here in L.A. for 2 days, and I go visit El Hombre in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
I got some shows in Philly this weekend. If you got any listeners in Philly or El Hombre's, doesn't he have a second family or something? Right? Doesn't he?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Doesn't he strike you as a guy who would have, like, all of a sudden he'd be like, so long, suckers. And then, like, he'd actually leave the phone on and he'd be like, all right, kids. And they're like, Dad, can we call you Dad yet, or do we still have to call you by your first name? And then he's like, I'll let you know when it's time. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, crap. And then he picks the phone. He has second family energy is what I'm trying to say.
That's very specific.
Yes. The way that Lefko has the personality of a Nordstrom mannequin. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to get the shots in now because I know Mike took great pleasure in watching. Look, we've discussed this on the show before. When I played in the NBA Celeb All-Star Game in 2019, Bob, I think we were chums at that point.
Yeah.
Not as close as we are now. I've seen you with your shirt off now. I feel like that's a pretty good indication of not physically. Sometimes I'm late at night and I'm like, I can't fall asleep. So I sketch some of the things I hope to see before I die. And so, but you made some nice cracks on air about being like, oh, Adam, I'm surprised they let him play in the game and having the body of the Pillsbury double, whatever you said, it was a fat joke, and I still think about it. Bob, let me finish my story. So I, my weight fluctuates, but I felt I actually had a pinched nerve that day, and I'm not making excuses because I went out there, but I could not stand up. But no part of me was going to miss out on, aside from my wedding, the greatest day of my life. And I mean, just a little bit of context for you. When my folks split. In 93, thanks for bringing it up, Mike. I went to Mariners spring training to visit my dad and his new family that I knew about in Peoria, and that was 95. And I remember standing outside the cage and watching Griffey and Buhner and Edgar and rookie A-Rod and Max Suzuki. Remember Max Suzuki?
Yeah, yep.
They called him right-hand Randy, and I remember watching a pitch being like, I'm watching the Japanese version of Randy Johnson. This is wild. And I watched him pitch. And I got hungry to watch him pitch 2 minutes later. All right, are we going to leave that in? Great. And so then that's a Japanese food joke.
Yeah,
we
got it.
Great. Okay, great. Matt's sitting there going, oh, boy. And all right, so then 30 years later, I'm out on that same field, like taking BP and doing infield drills. And JP, God bless JP Crawford, man. The guy is so cool. And he was just like, busting my chops and like also giving me tips. Jorge Polanco as well. Manny, the hitting infield
Manny
practice. Manny Acta. I forgot his last name. I knew it. I was like, I think his last name is also the same sound I make when I stub my toe.
Yeah.
And so I go. So I'm out there just living the dream, talking to Riz, telling Jerry to give me a 10-day. He's like, how am I supposed to give you a 10-day if we can't even give, anybody a decent I forget what he said, but he said something about I can't afford you, and I said I'll do it for free. He's like, we still can't afford that.
Still too much.
So yeah, still too much. And then Cal gave me his bat, and I stepped in off of D. Wilson, who, by the way, I know you guys have been singing Danny's praises all week, but the guy is I'm gonna just all right. I'm all over this place. I'm all over the place right now. It is 4:07. I am having an adult beverage, but that's besides the point. The point is, the players love Dan Wilson more than I thought was possible. And you guys have been like, oh, Bobby talks to me in the locker room every time I went down there. He's the nicest guy. But you know what Riz was saying? Riz goes, he's so loose, man. He goes, he is truly, it starts at the top, but he's loose. I watched him before I roasted the team, speak to the team. He had a very, business quality about it, but he also was like, I don't know, he's on the younger side of things, and he didn't play too long ago, and he's been around the organization for so long, and they just seem like they're really responding, and they want to play for him. And I know, Dave, you can speak to this as an athlete. I'm sure that matters when you want to play for the coach. And I know, Lefko, when you're on these chat rooms late at night, it's like you want to engage with the perverts that really show you compliments, But you know what I'm saying? The point being, they want to play for Dan Wilson, and I think I know that, Bob, you're pessimistic Peter over there about not spending enough money.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's time to retire that sentiment and get on board, baby, because we're 2 weeks away from potentially the most surprising and unexpected major league type season that we've ever seen here in the city of Seattle.
Well, Adam, tell us who else did you interact with that was meaningful? You said you got a chance to talk to JP out there and Polanco,
yeah.
But you pretty much know everybody, don't you now? The entire roster, pretty much.
So I mean, I'll be honest with you, Dave. After doing the roast, there were a lot of Logan came up to me and was so nice. We chatted for a while, and he was like, dude, I think I remember you when you're out there throwing a first pitch in Pittsburgh, and you bounced the ball, and then you asked for a second and bounced it again. He's like, I remember being like, is this guy a comedian? Because this isn't supposed or is he just a normal guy that is just accidentally hilarious because he's so bad at throwing a baseball? And then I was going to go in the trajectory machine, and he goes, if you do get any contact off me, please don't tell me. And then and he took everything in stride. I think I'm going to post a clip that the M's are going to collab with in the next few days from a little bit of the roast. And there's clean jokes they left. I think I said, one of the jokes I left in was I diehard M's fan. I grew up in the city. I know every corner of the Emerald City. The only place I get lost is in Julio's eyes. And then I was like, Julio, I go, look at those teeth. I go, this guy, I don't know. I don't know what's wider, Julio's teeth or his teammates. I go, Jesus. I go, I feel like I'm looking at the team that Jackie Robinson played against in his MLB debut. And that got a big laugh. And then I go, Julio, I'm married, but, I'm only here for the night, so let me know what room you're in. That got a big laugh. And then I said, Logan, I go, Logan, you think he's good now? Wait till he hits puberty. I go, Logan is from Florida, which makes sense why he looks like an alligator made love to a Zyn pouch. Yeah, man, they were loving it. I hit Luis. I hit, Rowdy Tellez, who I hope makes the big league ball club. I go, Rowdy is here. I go, Rowdy, like me, is Jewish. We have the same body. I go, Rowdy, you're so fat and Jewish. I don't know if you spend more time in a synagogue or a cinnabon. And that got a big laugh. And yeah, man, it was just, they were so, receptive to having something like that happen. And, I don't know. Talk to Matt Brash for a little bit. He said he's feeling great. I was like, dude, obviously it's no surprise we missed you. And Andres Munoz was really cool. Shannon Dreyer was creeping to the side while I was talking to Munoz. And I could tell she was, taking some notes for a story the next day, because I definitely heard her rip me. I had friends hit me up, and I think it was on Bumpin' Stacy. She was like, all the players have been out here, and everyone's, the spirits are high today, Bump. And I don't do a good Shannon Dreyer, but you get the point. She's like, the spirits are high, and there is hi, it's Mike Lefko, and he's in the other room, and I'm making lemon bars, And she's like, everyone's having a good time out here, and Adam Ray was out here causing a ruckus, and of course the laughter continued when he got onto the field to practice. But anyway, and I was just like,
wow.
Shannon, you just wait till Mean Text on Friday because you are in for an onslaught. But anyway, so Munoz, I go, any advice when I'm out there? And he goes, just swing as hard as you can. He goes, at every pitch. And I go, when did you start throwing 100? He goes, when I was 17. I go, dude, when I was 17, I was like Lefko now. It's like, I don't think I'd seen a woman nude unless I had to pay for it. Like it was a different time, Dave. It was a different time.
Jeez.
And so
Lefko's
I'm
just wearing it over here.
Lefko's perfect. He's the best producer in sports radio, soon to be on air. Keep following your dreams, Mike. And so, but it was a day to remember. And Riz was out there, just a living legend. Kids were screaming my name. I signed a few balls. I was like, this is worth $4 now. You can sell it on eBay or Temu. And then there were a couple, there's a lot of comedy fans in sports. So quite a few players, Kyle Young and Emerson Hancock and guys that I didn't know followed me and were fans. That was really cool to.
That's very
cool. Yeah.
That's
guys are
cool.
like, and then Snyder and go ahead.
Well, let's talk about something else you did outside of that. You were on a podcast called the Not Just Football Podcast with Cameron Hayward. And all of a sudden I started getting texts from listeners going, hey, Bob, did you hear what Adam said about you guys? Did you hear what he said about you? And I'm like, said about me where? What? And they started giving all of a sudden he just disappeared. There he is. He's back on the screen. But apparently you were on this podcast, and this is what they were referring to.
Like my friend who's a radio host for ESPN Seattle hates the idea of Darnold because he's like, dude, his last 2 games, he was awful. And I'm like, you were a crappy radio host up until about 3 days ago, even though you've been doing it 20 years. So give people...
What's his name?
Bob Stelton. Yeah. Now, Bob is a gangster and a goat, and he knows jiu-jitsu, and he's a white guy, and he's just a sweet guy. But he definitely is hopped up on this idea that Sam is not proven because of one good season.
Now, I'm not sure what my ethnicity had to do with any of that, but you threw that in there for him.
Well, isn't jiu-jitsu, I was a white belt in Taekwondo, and Taekwondo feels like the white man's game. Jiu-jitsu, I don't know, and look, this is why you're breaking barriers, Bob. I haven't been to a dojo. I've been to, a Little Caesars more than I have a dojo, but you know better than me. Anyway, go ahead. What's your question?
Well, first of all, I think you misrepresented my point a little bit, that he hates the idea of Sam. No, I don't hate it. I question it. I have questions. He's been one guy for 6 years. He had this season out of nowhere last year that you go, whoa, where did this come from? And then the last 2 games looked like the last 6 years. So I'm like, I have questions. I don't hate the idea of Sam Bradford at all. He seems like a great guy based on what we heard from the press conference. I know he's a buddy of yours, but I do not hate Sam Bradford. I'm certainly not rooting against him. I want him to be a superstar. This could turn into a huge pickup for the Seahawks. It is a very team-friendly deal. I thought they did a great job with that, and he's in a position to make a lot more money if he does turn out to be who he was last season for the first 16 games. See, there we go. Now he's back. You keep going in and out. Did you hear all that? Now we can't hear him. Now he's on mute or something. We can't hear him. We could see him. He's talking. The lips are moving, but we can't. I don't know what happened to his connection here.
Well, yeah. Sam Darnold's a USC guy, just like Adam Ray.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. I questioned it. Question is different than, I don't want this guy here. Yeah. That would be different. Can you hear you, Lefko? Are we able to get him? We see his lips moving, but he can't. Yeah. There's no audio coming out there.
Well, I don't know if everybody has seen the where he's running the bases, but the most hilarious thing is somebody says hit the dirt or slide or something like that, and instead he just kind of falls down on the plate. It was kind of like halfway in between, and he just falls on his side. Just like so funny.
Yeah, it was kind of a tumble into home plate, kind of just fell on the shoulder. It looked like it might have hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still talking. I can see the lips moving, but we can't hear him.
Now we're seeing his ear hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need that.
I don't know. Do we have him now? Now I hear me.
I can.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening with the audio. He's in his estate right now. It's so massive. It's made of steel. The connections are a little rough out there, so.
This is as awkward as Rick Riz getting hit in the head with the foul ball. Didn't know how to feel.
Oh, I forgot to ask Gary about that.
Yeah.
I was going to tell him, Gary.
That's right. Yeah, Bob was like, "Oh, Rick be damned, don't worry about him. Let's just make sure the quality of the broadcast comes through." That was rough.
I felt like his silence made it worse because you just heard blah, 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 oh, and then just the background noise. Do we have him back?
Yes.
Hey, dude.
There you go. Okay, now we can hear you.
All right. So Bob, you love Sam Darnold. You think he's going to be great. The contract is awesome. Sorry for talking smack. Shannon Dreyer is going to get it on Friday. Lefko has the body of a young boy on those World Hunger videos. Please donate. So what is the real question? I think what I was trying to tell Cam was that, and I don't knock you for having some skepticism, Bobo, because, 1 year of being an elite QB is probably not enough for people to jump on board with and go, this is the guy. Mm-hmm. But, and this is no bias from being homies with him. I have had some, serious football conversations with him, and he just, when I was in Minnesota doing shows, this was when they were about 4-0, and Hawkinson and McCarthy and a few other guys came the next night and actually came out. We did a Minnesota Dr. Phil about 2 weeks ago, and they came on stage, and we did Viking trivia versus a buddy.
Nope. Lost him again.
Yeah, so they're friends from the USC days. So
he should be excited about him. He's known him a long time, and they've been buddies. And I'm rooting for him. I am. I don't. People shouldn't take questioning like, "Hey, is he this guy or is he that guy?" That shouldn't be viewed as a negative.
Well, and I think also it's an interesting story. I mean, it really is. It's kind of a conundrum. Like, which guy is he? And I think it's sort of fascinating, and it's not like bringing it up is necessarily being negative, but and there are some people that are glasses half full, and I think both are necessary, and especially in sports, But I think either way, it's such an interesting story. I'm really fascinated. I think it's something that you kind of add on, and Gino was like this as well. I mean, the first few years of his career.
I think we've got him on the phone now.
Yeah, he can wait.
Yeah,
the first
floor. Oh, dang. Wow. Does this story get better?
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Are you there? You ready to go?
Yeah.
How long have you known Sam?
So, he's obviously 15 years younger. So we missed each other at USC. But when Mark Sanchez and I had a football comedy podcast, he was one of our first guests, and that was probably 8 years ago. I think he had been in the league for maybe 2 years, and he's just big comedy fan too, and we just kept in touch, and when he was in Seattle and playing, what's wild is I think both his times in Seattle, when he was with the Panthers, they came in and took care of business. And then obviously this past round with Minnesota. But what I was going to say is that he was just telling me that he got his PhD in football at San Francisco and how much he learned and how much he grew. And then obviously it all kind of came to fruition last season. And then he said, obviously, and again, Dave, you can speak to this, you're the backdrop to where you're playing is, shouldn't have everything to do with it, but it does factor in, organization, missteps and just kind of chaos from within and no real cohesiveness that he kind of found in Carolina and San Fran and truly in Minnesota, where he kind of, got to step up and have an opportunity to be the guy. And I think we're going to get the best version of him. And I just think that, life is all about getting the opportunity to show what you can do. And I think, timing is everything. And I think he's fired up to be the guy. And last year there was
playing with house money, but also, I think wanted to stay there, and they didn't figure it out. And so now he's going to come to a place to where he's got the keys to the kingdom, and I just think he's ready for the moment. And I think that, that matters.
By the way, I guess I called him Sam Bradford. Obviously, I meant Sam Darnold.
That was the last.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a while ago.
I'm just now looking at the text. Everybody goes, Sam Darnold, idiot.
Yeah.
Jeez, all right.
Well, Bob, I'd like to give you a hard time, but I do that on a daily basis. So I'm sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
But also, who cares? When I was a tour guide at Universal Studios, I think one time I said, over here is where they shot the movie Escape from L.A. with Kurt Rambis. And somebody came up to me afterwards and was like, "It's with Kurt Russell, man. Have you even seen the movie?" And I was like, "Dude, this is go away." And it was, and that guy was Mike Salk, and I didn't know who he was when I met him, but he had like a real nebbishy voice. He was, like he was wearing a sweater and it was 80 degrees out. It's just like everything about the guy. No.
He had his shirt off.
How are we? He had his shirt off. Yeah. Oh, wow. Dave Wyman with tonight's Doritos joke of the night.
I passed out. I blacked out just for 1 second there. Hey, let me ask you this, Adam. Let me ask you this question. What do you think would have happened? Let's say Sam Darnold and the Vikings don't necessarily go to the Super Bowl or anything, but let's say that they win that last game against the Lions. Maybe he plays well and they lose to the Rams, or he makes it. I'm not saying he'd go to the Super Bowl or anything like that, but if those last two games hadn't happened, where do you think that they would be? How much more money do you think he would make? Do you think it would slow down J.J. McCarthy as far as his development in Minnesota? What do you think? You played that game?
Great question. And by the way, this is why I honestly do want to come in studio at one point and do an actual show, because this is the first time you guys have made me feel like I'm not here just to be a dancing clown. And you asked me a real sports question that I'm like, wow, I'm going to formulate an opinion on this and take a moment.
Take a side.
Guess what? And right as I start to formulate an answer, Mike's going to come in and go, "Oh, we've got to go to break. We got to get Red Roof Inn is a new sponsor."
Yeah, that's right. We'll be back after this.
Oh, yeah. Mike, killing it. All right. So I honestly think they were, regardless of what happened, I think all along this was like best case scenario, he crushes it and makes us relevant and makes us, the fans excited. I think that the plan from the whole time was like and this is me not knowing anything about anything, but that JJ's their guy. Like, and I just feel like that I don't think Sam could have done anything more or anything less that would have made them. I know they offered him something, but I think it was more of like, yeah, like it'd be great to have you come back. But if not, like we have this direction we want to go in. Now, I don't think that was the move. I think, I don't know. I mean, again, like those types of seasons come once in a blue moon. And I know he loved it and the squad and they all just mesh so well. So why would you want to break that up? I don't understand. But I don't know if it was even a possibility. I think that it was, that's just my gut and obviously the way it's played out. Because I think it's the same thing that I say with right now I'm getting these offers from these big promoters to field my next, my Adam Ray stand-up tour. And, a couple of them, one came in right away and we're kind of waiting from these other two and Live Nation just kind of came in and there's one more. And part of you goes, oh, if you really want to do it, you'd figure it out quicker than normal. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I feel like, the first offer that came through, it's like they really want to be in business with me and they really want to get it going. And they show that with their immediacy. And so I feel like they kind of did that, showed the opposite of that with Sam by not maybe paying him what I think he's worth. And I'm glad they didn't, because I think he's going to crush it with us. And I think you got a young QB with a young coach and a young GM. Yeah, I call John Schneider young. And
he'll appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, dude. No.
Adam, we got to go, man. We're late. We got to go.
Dude, what do you guys sound? You guys sound like the guy that waxes Salk's back. He's like, I got to go, man. I don't have time to do the front and the sides. And Salk's like, I paid for this. Yeah, in the barn.
We love you, man.
I love you guys.
Thanks, buddy. We'll talk soon.
Bye, guys.
There
Okay,
you
bye,
go.
guys.
There's Adam Ray. Everybody just stream of consciousness once again, once we got the connection. All right. We appreciate Adam's sitting in with us for a while. Meanwhile, what version of Cooper Kupp are the Seahawks going to get this season? We'll talk about that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Daniel Jeremiah mock draft just out this morning. At number 18, Seattle selects Colston Loveland, tight end. Brock, who is Colston Loveland?
Yeah, he's an Idaho boy. You see him in the first round mocks everywhere because he's 6'6", 250, and just athletic. Kind of your Travis Kelce. Third down dynamo and just a difference maker.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Kent Bowl reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports like bowling, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a safe and friendly family-oriented setting since 1958. Find out about our bowling leagues online at kentbowl.net.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
On them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hey, this is a great deal. Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement, incentivizing homeowners like you to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and this is a great time to do it. The days are getting longer. Post 7 p.m. sunsets, those crews can get your roof done quick, just in time for the spring rains to keep your home dry and protected. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from their website, riversideroofingllc.com. And when you meet with Brandon, Brandon, that's Don's son. Tell him you heard the message on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket and a brand new roof over your head. Be sure to ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, their GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers nationally, and the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails and shingles. It's all at riversideroofingllc.com. Tell them Mike Salk sent you. Go to Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with the trident in hand. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Raleigh.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident Sun.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos. This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to Adam Ray, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys just tuned in and missed that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab. Scroll down to our picture. Click on that. You'll find it waiting for you right there. Little in and out connection, but we got the gist of it. And he got in some healthy shots at me and Lefko and Mike Salk and Shannon Dreyer. I don't think he took a shot at you this time.
I know. I tried him a couple of times.
Did you feel left out?
Yeah. I feel bad. I feel bad about
I don't know
myself.
what happened. I'm sorry, Dave.
Lefko was wearing the majority of it back there. But
Mike, you could have at least pointed to me and said, well, what about him? You just try to deflect him some way.
Make fun of Dave, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, so our thanks to Adam, and my apologies for saying Sam Bradford. Apparently, that just got the text line rolling, man.
Well, I will never correct you.
They love
because, most of the time I'm not listening. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Gosh, I'm kind of on a roll.
Yeah, just go with it,
That was
man.
kind of a sick burn right there.
Sick burn, bro.
But, everybody knew what you meant.
Yeah, but they don't want to let the opportunity go, see, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, I don't think that's an indictment on your entire opinion or anything like that.
Dave, I don't know ball. Sam Bradford, Sam Darnold, which one's which? I don't know what they do. Are they both quarterbacks? I don't. Is this football we're talking about?
Do you want to read that thing that Schlereth you just read? How the guy's like, you don't know ball and you don't. It's amazing to me that look. I get it. I will misspeak and say things all the time. I get it if people are, but when somebody, or they say you don't know ball or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't know, going after Mark Schlereth, like you haven't played since.
Well, I'll read it. So he's involved in a back and forth. Apparently the new fan base that's mad at him is now the Bengals fan base.
Right.
So, and I think he was ripping the fact that they spent $1 trillion for their 2 receivers and their quarterback when they've got pressing needs elsewhere. So this person said, Mark, you've never played in the, and then in quotes, modern day NFL. And then he said, the NFL and roster construction is significantly different than 20 years ago. If you can't see that, then you're just here to collect a check. So Mark responded and said, I call a game every week in the, quote, modern NFL. I'm at a practice every Friday. I talk to 2 head coaches, 2 play callers, offense and defense, 2 quarterbacks, to starting defensive players, another dozen coaches and players on Sunday, study coaches' film every day, but I'm sure you know better.
I don't know. I mean, he just didn't even do his research. You might want to look up Mark Schlereth, and he's been working in the NFL for pretty much his whole life.
Yeah, that's just how people who can't have an opinion and understand that somebody may have a different opinion. Doesn't mean you're dumb or you're wrong or they're wrong. They just have a different view of something, yet you want to disqualify somebody and say, well, because your opinion is different than mine, you clearly are dumb and don't know ball. So then that's when he breaks out the hand with the 3 Super Bowl rings on there. And somebody said, oh, you just riding John Elway's coattails. He said, John Elway was 0-3 without me. He was 2-0 with me.
Good point. Good point. Yeah, I mean, they started running the ball there, and Mark was a big part of that.
Yeah, I love that stuff. It's hilarious. All right, so what do we, in talking about Cooper Kupp, and we talked about him earlier in the show, and we'll continue to talk about it as we watch this offense develop and hopefully develop with some offensive line help. But I don't know, do you attach any numbers in the way of expectation with him? Like, he needs at least 700 yards. He needs at least, 5 touch. I don't know, whatever. I'm just throwing out random numbers. To me, the number I'm looking at is games played. That's what I want to see with him. Because I think when he plays, he's very productive. It's just a matter of him being available. But he's like Abe Lucas, where you look at Abe Lucas and go, nobody's questioning his ability. It's his availability. And I think that's true. I mean, we talked about Cooper Kupp. He had that year where he had almost 2,000 receiving yards. But it's been a different story for him in terms of his availability since then.
You know what's amazing about that is going back and looking at that. We just were raving about Jamar Chase and his 17 touchdowns, and I think he had 17 or 1,800 yards.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Cooper Kupp, 19, almost 2,000.
Yeah,
it's remarkable. But and the thing is, he says that he's an ascending player. So I like his attitude, that's for sure. Now, whether his body is the same, I don't know after 8 years, but, he looked like he was in good shape. And, I think the bigger issue, more than anything, is what you mentioned, is can he stay healthy?
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody who's debating what he brings to the field, certainly in talking to him, what he'll bring to that locker room. You like that aspect very much. It's just, okay, what do we do? How do you manage that? Is there anything? And it's, as you talk about all the time, it's football. You're going to get hurt. It's not if you get hurt. It's when you get hurt and how bad is it. And so the idea that he's just going to go through a 17-game season unscathed and not miss any time, I don't think is a realistic expectation. But what is realistic when it comes to him? That's the question for him. And I'm sure he gets tired of hearing about his injuries, but also he acknowledged it. He'd brought up the fact that that's part of the story. That's part of what you have to talk about when people talk about your career in totality, is your extreme highs and then some of the lows being just not being available. Mm-hmm. So it is what it is. Opening day is almost here, and we're going to send you and a friend to experience it like you never have before. We're talking about front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, first pitch, and much more, all from the field. All you need to do to enter is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free. You can enter every day to increase your chances, and the contest runs through Friday, March 21st. Meanwhile, there could be 2 quarterbacks who the Seahawks have their eye on. We're going to hear about them when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is just 8 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Sodo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Homeowners, do you have any idea what's going on with your roof? Because I can tell you, I don't. I don't ever I've never been on my roof. I don't imagine ever getting up there, but you need to take care of it. It's a very big part of the house, obviously, and can be very expensive if you need to fix it. So I had Asset Roofing come out just to do another inspection. It had been over a year since I had them out, and they came out, another flawless, detailed report. Got up there, communication was great. They showed up early, sent me an email with pictures, with recommendations. Here's what we did. Here's what we recommend. And if you're like me and you don't know what's going on up there, I would highly recommend doing that. Just quick, easy appointment. They get up there, do an inspection. They give you all of the information you could possibly need. And if you do know what's going on up there and you know that you need a repair, or maybe you do need a new roof, Asset Roofing has been in business for over 2 decades. They are the best in the business, and their business model is to deliver honest and transparent solutions to your problems. They want to become a valuable asset for their clients and the communities, and I've experienced it firsthand. I could not recommend them high enough. Check them out at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box package food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossklinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
I think people were kind of wondering what number Cooper Kupp would wear. They certainly photoshopped him in the number 10 when the announcement was made, but wait, Uchenna Nwosu wears number 10. Well, not anymore. Uchenna's wearing number 7, and Cooper Kupp, at his press conference yesterday, explained how he got that number 10 from Uchenna.
So we ended up, he's got a foundation that's doing some really good stuff here in the community, and it was important for him to that be part of this change. And he was great to work with and able to donate to his foundation and make sure that he felt good about that. And he's mentioned he's played his best football in number 10, and it had been important to him, and just since time in Seattle, and just clearly the community was a important part of this whole thing. And so, I respect his desires there, and, able to work it out. I'm really thankful for him to being willing to work something out for us.
I wonder how big of a donation he had to make.
At the very end of that yesterday, I was like, so did you get 10?
Yeah.
Are you wearing 10?
He's wearing 10. And
yeah. I mean, look, he didn't say, hey, I'm going to make a donation to his foundation, but he, in a roundabout way, kind of said it. But just the way that he went through that, I was like, I'm confused.
Where do you think which sport do you think they're most particular? Do you think it's equal in every sport? Most particular about their number?
Football.
You think so?
Absolutely, I do. I mean, you know who number 23 is, right? As far as the NBA goes.
Oh, yeah.
That's Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
I think I remember Jabbar was 33 and Magic was 32.
Now you see guys like LeBron's had a couple of numbers.
Because he had different.
Yeah, and I think Kobe did too, if I recall correctly.
8 and 24.
24, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so.
But in the NFL, I don't know, it's just, baseball is pathetic. I mean, I couldn't remember anybody. I don't really remember.
Yeah, you may not remember them, but that doesn't mean that that it's not important to them. I mean, Junior's number 24.
Yeah.
Ichiro and Randy Johnson, number 51. There's certain guys that's their number.
But there's only a few.
Yeah.
There's only a few guys. I think in the NFL, everybody cherishes their number, and it's a big deal.
You had 2 different numbers, right?
Yeah. When I went to Denver, 92 was not available, so I wore 57 for a year.
Did you feel weird?
No, I had my best year. And then I did. And then I went back to 92 the next year, and nothing but injuries and surgeries and whatnot.
You were like, damn, I should have stuck with 57.
I had to, though, because my son was born that offseason, and he was 9 pounds, 2 ounces. And it was 92 degrees that day, and the hospital was on 92nd Street. So it was like, oh, man, I got to go back to 92. There. And then I went back to 92 and nothing but misfortune.
Did you wish it was 57 degrees that day and he was 5.7 ounces?
No.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, we know the top 2 quarterback names, or presumed quarterback names, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. But ESPN NFL analyst Louis Riddick was breaking down 2 quarterbacks who he thinks the draft stock's rising, one of whom the Seahawks are, at least we know of, are bringing in for a 30 visit.
Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck, the 2 guys who are in question right now, I got to see them both play live. Got to talk to both of these guys. They are legit prospects, and they have a lot of backing behind them and a lot of sponsorship behind them in terms of their program saying these guys are program builder type of players, especially Jackson Dart, who Lane Kiffin raved about how instrumental he was in the NIL era of helping them build the football team that they had in 2024. Tyler Shuck is the one. Okay, this is the one to pay attention to.
Talk that noise.
Look, his injury history going back to Oregon and Texas Tech really are freak type of injuries. He dives in the end zone, breaks his collarbone twice. He gets hip drop tackled when he's at Texas Tech and breaks his ankle. Look, those are the kind of things that are not indicative of someone being injury prone. That's just called being in the wrong place at the wrong time. This cat can throw the rock, though, and he's 6'4", 230 pounds, and ran 4.6 at the combine.
Ooh, the dreaded hip drop, Dave. Hip drop tackle, broke his ankle. And then Jackson Dart, for those that were listening earlier, we were commenting on just mock drafts, and they popped up a little scroll of Mel Kiper's, I guess, most recent mock draft, and he had Jackson Dart going number 9 to New Orleans.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, he's a top 10 pick.
Yep. Everybody's talked him into it. What if he gets picked at number 18?
Cool. I'd be excited. I'd be like, all right, let's.
Last year's Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great scenario where you've got potentially your future, but there's no hurry to throw him into the deep end. You signed Sam Darnold. It's a contract that's very favorable, as we've talked about, for the Seahawks, if they want to get out of it. So yeah, I think if they have that level of belief to spend their first round pick on Jackson Dart, I'm in.
sweeping the dial.
So in a game where his team trailed by as much as 40 last night and then lost 95-68 to North Carolina in the first 4, San Diego State head coach Brian Dutcher was asked what went wrong in that one.
Obviously, our game plan was not good enough. We tried to switch ball screens front, but they drove us. They got it over the top, and we got down by so many at that point. You're just trying to find a way to go on any kind of run to hang in there to make it where they might feel you at the end, but they expanded the lead, and then it was just trying to play for pride at that point. There are lessons to be learned, obviously. It has to leave a taste in your mouth. It's unacceptable, but I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen the highest of highs and the lowest of lows.
So they were down by 40?
Yeah, as many as 40 in the second half.
Goodness gracious.
That's unbelievable.
And North Carolina, as we've been talking about, not the North Carolina of years in the past, that this is a team that everybody's upset is in the tournament to begin with and has no place being there. It should have been West Virginia.
Imagine how much they would have won by.
So North Carolina, they were 1-12 against the quadrant 1 opponents. I understand why people are maybe a little bit frustrated by that, but that's an amazing comeback. Incredible. I'm getting ready to go do my brackets tonight, Bob.
Oh, yeah? Are you going to put a lot of effort?
Yeah, you know what?
So much effort.
I'm starting to think, no.
You were building it up earlier. You were hyping up how much
you were
effort.
looking up like bench scoring and what do they do against a zone. And
I like free throw percentage. I like turnover margin, the bench, scoring margin, just in general.
What do you got there? Is that your little chart?
Well, I just did a little experiment, and I'm like, do I want to get into this, or do I want to just go, I'm just going to copy this guy? Or, you look at the ESPN experts, there's 25 of them. I haven't looked at every single one of them, but I've looked at like close to half of them. Mm-hmm. Nobody has outside of a 2 seed in the Final Four.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that just have ones all the way in, all the way through. So
just chalk all the way. Yeah.
That'll be boring.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I spent about, I tried to get it done in under 4 minutes.
You did? You were in there. And
I was clicking away. Man. I was going crazy. That means I'm going to do well.
Lefko, have you submitted? You're all done?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Hours of research. No.
Did you?
No. I mean, it go quick, but
Ian,
I did watch
you?
all games.
Yeah, I got
this
one
season.
going.
You got one going. I'm going to do like 3 different ones, okay?
No, you're one of those?
I know.
No.
You're one of those.
Oh, gosh.
Mike hates that.
Well, it's all right. We know Bob and Matt Nelson will win the bracket anyway, since they've paid no attention.
Picking random teams for really weird reasons.
I just want to hear Matt's reasoning and his picks.
He likes Creighton because of Creighton Barrel.
Right.
We'll make him go through it on Monday. I think, after the first weekend's done, we'll make Matt walk through his bracket.
Creighton Barrel, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
He did that 2 years ago. He's been doing that for as long as I've known him.
Hey, he won the NFL playoff pool, so it's working for him. All right, the regular season is underway, and opening day for the Mariners is just over a week away. So we're going to catch up with Jon Morosi, talk about all of it next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Who were the final suitors for DK?
Teams that were willing to pay $33 million a year for 4 years on extension, $150 million total. It was really just New England and Pittsburgh.
Every day at 7:45.
Good for him. God bless him, and I absolutely have no issue and no problem with him going and getting even more of that generational wealth. But there were not many teams that were going to load up the Brinks truck.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Jon Morosi's Detroit Lions have proposed a significant change to NFL playoff seeding that would largely use regular season records as the guiding principle rather than division championships. That, according to a list of potential rule changes the league released today. Now, under that proposal, the division winner with the conference's best record would still receive the number 1 overall seed. But after that, The teams would be stacked by records, regardless of whether they won their divisions or received wild card berths. Meanwhile, the baseball season is officially underway. At least the Tokyo series is going on, and the Dodgers are 2-0 so far in the season as they beat the Cubs once again. Shohei Ohtani had a double in the first game, had a home run in this one. So they are 2-0, Cubs 0-2. We'll see if they can recover in the next 160 games.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more waiting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José de Ríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico, el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Jon Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
Look at him, he's smiling already. He's smiling already. That's why we love him. He's with us each and every week. One of our favorite conversations. Jon Morosi is with us. How are you, man?
I'm outstanding, my friends. We have got the regular season is officially underway. I give massive credit to all those in the great city of Seattle who were up at 3 a.m. local time each of the last 2 days to watch the Dodgers and Cubs. And if you weren't, that's okay, as long as you're tuning in when the Mariners play the Athletics 1 week from tomorrow. And I do think, gentlemen, that we can say with confidence that even in Arizona, that Mariners manager Dan Wilson is a loyal listener of this great radio program, because we were talking about how Gilbert probably deserved the opening day nod, and I think in a matter of hours, days after we had the conversation, Dan Wilson agrees, yes, Logan Gilbert gets the opening day nod. So I think he's a loyal listener of the radio program.
As he should be, and you're probably right. But no,
he's probably got little else to do, right?
He's got
nothing
else
he could
going
just
on.
That's why we always say baseball is the great radio sport. You can just have, it's a pastime for that reason. Just, he can relax out there in beautiful Peoria, watch the sunset there, and listen to this amazing radio show.
You know, in talking about that, and we had the comments from Logan Gilbert on the heels of that, and he's obviously very, flattered and overwhelmed and honored to have that distinction. But he talked about the reaction from Luis Castillo, which I thought was awesome. He said, I think he's happier for me than I am for me. Essentially, that he was just almost glowing, which I thought was just a testament to his character. For a guy who expressed how important it was to him to be the opening day starter, Luis Castillo, one of his 3 goals going into the season, and he doesn't get that honor. His teammate does, and he apparently was just over the moon about it and couldn't have been more gracious. It just, I don't know. I really loved hearing that from Logan, and it just spoke to Luis's character, I thought. And I don't know how much you've had a chance to interact with him. He doesn't speak English, so we haven't interviewed him outside of a group setting with an interpreter. But what's your knowledge of him, your interactions with him over the years?
Right. I don't know him especially well on a personal basis, but what you said a moment ago does not surprise me. He is regarded as a very popular teammate, easy to smile. I think that's a big part of who he is, and easygoing, but of course, as you're describing, also a competitor. And I've long believed in all my years of covering baseball that you can't fool the players. The players are smart, and they know what's going on. They know probably even before it was official that Gilbert was trending toward that direction of having the opening day start. And you do credit the players that truly react in a selfless way. And Gilbert would not have shared that publicly if the reaction was not as genuine as we now know it to be. This was not something that was phony, hey, congratulations, and then goes and sulks and is upset that he wasn't the guy. You could tell by the way that Logan described it that it was a really heartfelt and sincere, very sincere demonstration of Luis being very happy for his teammate. And that sets a really good tone. That kind of emotion, that kind of cohesion on the pitching staff, especially just given the uncertainty surrounding Kirby, and obviously today really encouraging to see Hancock throw as well as he did. But they're going to need that. You need that cohesiveness and support as a group. And a lot of the really good teams that I've been around in my career covering baseball have had elements of support from one starter to the next. And so that is just a really great way for the Mariners to start their year, and you've got to give credit to Castillo for being a true gentleman in that way. And yeah, he was competing for it as you described, but he was happy for his teammate in the end, and I think that just sets a really positive tone for the Mariners.
Well, and obviously it speaks to, like you said, the cohesion that group has, but how do the catchers fit in? You know, you've got Garver, mostly Cal, right? But those guys cement that relationship, right?
They do, and I think it creates a position group to where you think about the NFL and different teams where you can really break down your position groups into certain rooms. Obviously, as the saying is now, the NFL very popular, but in pitching and in baseball, it is the battery, and it's interesting, actually, and we've talked a lot about Japanese baseball this week. In Japan, there is a coach who is known as the battery coach, meaning the coach of the pitchers and catchers working together. It sometimes, there's obviously a very strong correlation between that person and the quote-unquote pitching coach, but that is an element of baseball in Asia, that there is an understanding of who the battery is and what the obligations are of sort of the holistic part of that connection, which I love that notion, the battery coach. I've liked that a lot. and so it is important. I think we've talked before about how many games Raleigh is going to catch. The interesting thing now with respect to this roster and how it all balances out is Rowdy Tellez and his claim now to more at-bats. Because if Garver, depending on how many games Garver is going to catch, I think that's the unknown here, is he's both the backup catcher and potentially the primary DH. Then what does that mean for Mitch Haniger? What does that mean for Tellez? I am of the mind, and I saw Ryan Divish's report about Tellez having the opt-out this weekend, which fits with someone who has that level of service time in Major League Baseball and sign a minor league deal. I'll say it right here. I would be really surprised if he does not make the opening day roster. I just think that he's had a really good spring, and Tellez's support, the better that he plays, depending on how they want to mix and match with the at-bats, the better Tellez plays, especially if Haniger is not really ready to go from a physical standpoint, then really maybe more of Garver's at-bats will come as the true backup catcher, depending on how many days off Cal needs. It's probably not going to be many because Cal loves to play, but if Tellez steps in as the DH, and if there's something of a platoon between Tellez and Garver left-right, that perhaps we're going to see a lot more games of Rowdy Tellez in that role than any of us would have thought when spring training began.
And, well, you just touched on what's been one of my biggest questions, and that is, how does Mitch Haniger fit? What's his role on this team? Because he's not their right fielder. That's Victor Robles, and maybe he could spell him out there, but Luke Raley's a guy who could spell the outfield. I don't know who they feel better about out there. But so if he's relegated to being a DH, is he just a part-time DH, and they'll just look at the analytics and the history versus certain pitchers, and, okay, we're going to throw Mitch in this against this guy, and it'll be Garver against this guy, maybe Tellez against this guy. It feels like they don't have their set DH, and he's sort of the wild card in that he makes a lot of money in Seattle Mariner money, yet he doesn't have an obvious role.
They're in a tough spot with him because I do know certainly there's a lot of affinity for him in the organization. Now his second tenure with the team, he's been a popular guy in that clubhouse for a long time. Even he departs and he comes back. But I like you look at this lineup and say, where does he fit? And at some point there is a little bit of redundancy with how many of the sort of the corner bats / DHs that you're carrying, especially when you consider, and again, especially when you consider that in an ideal world that Raleigh catches a ton. So Garver's going to have to get some at-bats as a DH just to keep him sharp. And then if Tellez is on your team, you're not going to just bench him, and you've got Raley. It's just there's not a lot of space for him. And honestly, he has not played enough or shown enough this spring to have trade value at the moment. So it is a little bit of a delicate circumstance. On some level, it's up to the Mariners, I think, to look at it as you have to regard that as a sunk cost, if you will, if you end up having to move on or maybe trade his contract as you get towards opening day. But I would suspect that Haniger is one of the toughest decisions the Mariners are facing right now. Does he have a roster spot? Is there an injury situation that would preclude him from being on the roster? I agree with you. I don't see where he fits, and it's interesting. And again, this is the classic case of spring training. Some of the guys that have come in trying to win a job have that don't necessarily have a clear spot on the roster, like Mastrobuoni, for example. He's had a really good spring now. He's not one of their 3 starting outfielders, but he is also someone that, just based on his versatility, he has an option left, so they can send him down to the minor leagues. But if the question is who's had a better spring between him and Haniger, it's Mastrobuoni's had a better spring. He's played more. He's got a little bit more of a diverse skill set, whereas I do think Haniger, especially if you're going to look at Garver as your DH, you got 2 righty DHs who neither of whom are giving you a ton of defensive value outside of Garver being a catcher. It's a very difficult fit on the roster right now, and Moore's got to make the team because he's really versatile. Solano's got to make the team. You just signed him. Polanco's played really well, fortunately. Had a home run today. Guys are passing Haniger by in terms of having good claims to at-bats with this team right now.
JP, it's pretty evident that for Mariner fans, they want to get off to a fast start. But for this team, how important is that this year? I mean, everybody wants to get off to a fast start, but, particularly if, the pitching is doing really well and the offense isn't keeping up, I think it's going to be more crucial than in years past. At least that's kind of the vibe we get from the texters anyway.
Well, sure, there is pressure. I would say there are other divisions that have a greater urgency to start fast. I think probably in the American League East, when you consider just how good that division is top to bottom. In the National League East, where you've got 3 potential World Series teams, I would say Braves, Mets, Phillies. But the AL West this year, especially when you now look at, my goodness, the Rangers are having another pitching injury every day, it seems. So they've had a really difficult last week or so. They signed Patrick Corbin, but there's now Bradford's got an issue. Gray's out for a while. They've got some concerns, I think, in with Texas right now. And Houston is still trying to find their way. What's exactly Altuve's role going to be? And is Smith going to be on the opening day roster, the young catcher or the young outfielder that they got? And he can also play the infield too, but they got him in the Kyle Tucker trade. So there's a lot of moving parts in this division right now, to where I actually think it's going to be a very closely contested division for a long time this year. I don't think anybody's going to run away and win 100 games in this division. You might see a division champion in this division this year that wins 92 or 93. I don't think that there's a can't miss team in this division. For a while, you would have said it was Houston. Then, of course, Texas goes out and wins the World Series 2 years ago. I think it's going to be a very closely contested division with a lot of teams that are good but also flawed. And I think for Seattle, yeah, I'd love to say, hey, have an amazing April, be 5 games above 500 by the time April's over. They just have to par the hole here for April. Just start out with a good par, and if you're 5 games over 500, great. But just don't let yourself be way behind the 8 ball. And they've got to start better than they did last year. They know that. Julio's got to be better early. He knows that. We all know the situation here. But I don't think that there's quite. I would use the word, there's not desperation. There shouldn't be. Just have a solid start. And if you have a solid enough start, I look at the Mariners given some of their pitching assets, some of what we've seen from their young players in spring training. I think they'll actually be a pretty solid team as the year goes along, as long as they can find a solid, safe month of April to use as a foundation.
Yeah, I put more of the importance on pacifying the fan base, because the fan base is just in a different spot than they've been in years past of agitation and lack of slack. I don't think there's going to be a lot of slack given, especially, John, if they start losing games where the pitcher goes out there and just delivers a gem, right? 6, 7 plus, 2 runs or less. I mean, we saw it so many times, and the offense doesn't back them up. I just don't think the tolerance is there for it again. And it doesn't mean they won't come back. If the team finds it and starts rolling, they're going to be back. But I could see a quick exodus from a large swath of the fan base who have just, if we're just going to judge by what the texts and the social media that we see, that there's just a different level of intolerance, I guess, this year. So a fast start, I think, is big in that sense. Maybe not for the team, but for the fan base.
Right. I get it. And the irony, of course, is that this team probably, I guess I'll say this. I just think about other teams that I've talked about and looked at in spring. This is the team for whom, while I fully respect and acknowledge everything that you're saying about the way the fans feel about it, if they get off to a poor start, it's not as though they're going to fire the manager. Right? They did that in September. I don't think that the front office is in an especially perilous position either. They've already brought back Edgar. They've brought back Dan Wilson. They brought in a new hitting coach in Kevin Seitzer. I think their pitching coach, obviously, Woodworth has done a great job the last several years. So if they get off to a poor start, this is not one of those teams that I'd be checking my phone every 5 minutes to see what moves they've made in a dramatic way. They are set up to, however flawed or good the roster ends up being, this is not one of those Jerry Dipoto is going to start making a trade every day that ends in Y. They made some moves. They were quiet moves. They were subtle moves, but they've already made their moves. This is not a roster that lends itself to continual replenishing and charging, especially because that is expensive, and that's not really what they're into right now. So this is their team. I would recommend to Mariner fans, yes, it's twofold. Number one, sure, urge them to get off to a great start. Maybe be a little patient if it doesn't go the way that you expect. But I think my next best advice is just don't spend a ton of time on wondering who's going to get fired with this team, because I don't see that as being a logical course of action, even if they happen to be 3 or 4 games under 500 by the time April's over.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We talked to Greg Amsinger, just a great guy, yesterday.
He is great. Well, one of my teammates.
Yeah. And how tall is he, by the way? I said he was 7 feet.
Taller than me. I can say taller than you. Actually, here's a story. I'll give a little quick parenthetical. Greg's daughter, for at least a season or two, was a college basketball teammate of Drew Bledsoe's daughter, Colorado College. How about that? I'm bringing the Northwest all together. There you go. That is a true fact. You can ask Greg about it next time.
Of course he knows that stuff.
Of course he does. Yeah. What we were going to talk about
something Amsinger said.
Or no, we were going to say earlier, we were talking about maybe it was
American University.
Oh, yeah, American University is playing, I think, the play-in game.
I told him, ask JP. I guarantee you he could go 5 minutes on the history, the mascot, where it's located.
It's in Washington, D.C., I know that.
Yeah.
Now I got to think about this. Now, I don't know if it's American University or Catholic University, one of the two. I think Cashman went to American University. Let me see here. It's worth it. It's worth it. Did Cashman go there? Did Cashman go there?
Which Cashman?
He went to Brian Cashman.
Oh,
no, he went to the
Jim.
Catholic University of America. There you go. That's where he went.
All right.
But that's in D.C. too. But American, there is an executive that went to American, and at some point one of our listeners will write in and let me know how I did that.
Well, I was just telling Dave how when Brian Walters was filling in for Dave one day, and you just buckled him with all the knowledge you had of his school, which I can't even remember. Where did he go? Brian Walters?
Cornell, wasn't it?
Cornell. There you go. See, there you go. He knows.
Yeah.
And you
they're still alive in the ECAC hockey tournament, college hockey, which is happening this weekend in Lake Placid. How about that? Beautiful hockey.
Okay, really quick on this, because I do want to ask you about something Amsinger said. But the NCAA tournament, are you excited? Do you do a bracket every
year? I am excited. I do not do a bracket. I watch my local teams, so I'll try to watch Michigan and Michigan State. It's interesting though. Tomorrow I will be at a hockey rink in the afternoon, so I will be in like the opposite world of winter sports. So I try to watch as much as I can, but I am admittedly not one of the people that sort of rearranges his or her life around this tournament over the weekend. If it's on, I'll watch it. I like to see. I'm a little bummed that Michigan and Michigan State could potentially knock each other out before the Final Four. I've got this dream of them both making it, and obviously it's not going to happen because they're in the same region. I thought Michigan as a 5 seed after winning the Big Ten, a little low for me, but I'm a little bit out of my depth in terms of commenting on that. What I do know is my alma mater, Harvard, will play Michigan State, my dad's alma mater, in the women's tournament. So I'm very excited about that. The family text chain's been buzzing about that one. So all the best to Coach Carey Moore on that one.
All right, Michigan, the 5 seed's going to get knocked out early by the 12.
Early?
UCSD.
By who? Oh, you got UCSD knocking us out. So what I want to see is
sorry, Bob. I tried to keep it.
Michigan playing. I want to see Michigan play. I want to see Yale upset in the first round. So Michigan plays Yale, and of course Wolf. Michigan's really good, sort of inside outside 3 kind of a player. Really good, wing that can shoot, but he's super tall. He played at Yale before, so I want there to be all this build up and Yale playing Michigan. That'd be kind of cool.
So Amsinger, what he said to us is, we talked about Dan Wilson, and he's like, he's a Mariner, and it really. Just the way he put it, and he's right, through and through. And for people here in Seattle, and then, because Scott was a great guy. Everybody loves Scott Service. But, it's just different with Dan Wilson. And, I know you've gotten a chance to get to know him, but that really kind of hit home with me, like, okay, yeah, he's right. And I think for that reason, he's going to get a lot of leeway from the fan base, but also the guys in the dugout on game day, I feel like, as well.
Right. I think you're spot on about it. And two, this, as much as, yes, he had September, that was such a rushed situation for him to step in there, and there was such a negative vibe when he arrived. And, of course, the team played well for him. That's important to point out. And then spring training happens. But now, starting next week, and it's great, it'll be a week from tomorrow when it all gets started, that we'll get a chance to see him settle in and do the job in the regular season and really enjoy the journey of it. And it is a grind. I mean, as any manager says, you take the photo on day one, spring training day, you're suntan, you're feeling good, and then you compare that to how he looks in like July after like a 3-city road trip. Yeah. The job ages you. It does. And I think that he'll feel it, but he knows he's lived through major league seasons for his whole adult life, basically. So he knows what that's all about. But I do think that he'll have a little bit more of that goodwill with the fan base, as you point out, Dave. And there are those players. It's interesting. There are those players I think in baseball almost more than any other sport. Just because they're in your home every day when you're watching them over a long time, that there are those players who mean way more to the local fans than the other superstars around the league. That if you polled Mariner fans today and said, okay, you could either have dinner tonight with Dan Wilson or Mike Trout, they would say Dan Wilson because he feels like he's your neighbor. Right. And I think there are certain people in baseball that have that resonance. I think about Frank White for a long time in Kansas City, really good players, all-star players in their best years who are not Hall of Famers in the Baseball Hall of Fame, but who are icons. Right. And different teams have them. And, again, I mentioned Frank White in Kansas City. You think in Minnesota, Kent Herbeck as an example. It's really good players who are just institutions where they played. And I think Dan Wilson is that in Seattle.
John, you're the best. We appreciate you. Look forward to this conversation each and every week. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll talk on the heels of the season starting for the Mariners.
I can't wait. How about that? Enjoy the tournament. May everyone's brackets be correct, or at least not totally ruined by about 4:00 tomorrow. I wish you all have brackets that survive in some form until at least Saturday. And so enjoy the tournament, and we'll catch up on opening day eve 1 week from tonight. Can't wait for it.
We appreciate you. Thanks man.
All the best. Thank you so much. Thanks.
There you go. Jon Morosi, everybody. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show. Meanwhile, the Seahawks signed 2 high-profile names on offense and free agency, but did they actually get better on that side of the ball? We'll talk about that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
We are the home of the Mariners.
Big news, by God. We're excited to announce a multi-year partnership extension between the Seattle Mariners and Seattle Sports / Bonneville Seattle. So all Mariner games will continue to be heard on our platforms, including 710 AM. The legend that is Rick Riz.
We couldn't be happier on behalf of the Seattle Mariners. We love the fact that we're going to be back on 710 Seattle Sports. Thank you so much. We're thrilled.
On Seattle Sports
and the Seattle Sports app.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Have you been considering surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, and after years of football, I know all about bad knees. So I recently had a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, and there are a lot of people, a lot of patients raving about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone. They're back hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, even just going up and down the stairs with the kids and grandkids, and doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Reseed your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, are you going to continue to hurt the feelings of our texters?
Sure. Let's do it. Before we read the stupid ones, this guy said, I would like to go to dinner with Mike Trout, LOL. All love to Dan, but dang. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool, but I think you would like it. You would like it more with Dan Wilson.
Dan is
Such
just
a nice guy.
He is a truly nice human being. Yeah. He really is just such a great guy. That's why it just makes you root for him even more because A, you want him to do well, and B, I just don't want to be in a position where I have to be critical of him.
Yeah.
So I want to have nothing but nice things to say about every move he makes.
Right.
But yeah, the text line is there for you. 866.
Don't give it out. Don't give out the text.
979-3776.
Let's keep it a secret from now on, okay?
Powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Yeah, I don't know. Some people they like to take shots. It's hard to interpret tone over text unless you put in LOL, a ha-ha, an emoji. So they don't often know when you're kidding, when I'm kidding, and sometimes we don't know when they're kidding unless something like that is there.
And sometimes you're just entirely baffled. Somebody said, Dave, 9 times 2 is 18. Duh, thought Stanford guys were smart. I was like, well, I thought I was until I tried to make sense of your text. I don't know what we're talking about. 9 times 2 is 18. I said something about 92 being my jersey number.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's the significance of 18?
I don't know.
Other than 9 times 2 is 18.
We're left to wonder what that text meant. So I don't know.
But hey, keep texting in. At least he's nice.
Yeah. The other person you upset, and I think they took you I think you were messing with them, and now they said, I'm a former listener.
I can't find that one, but I was going to say good riddance. Come on. We don't need to take that kind of aggravation.
Oh, boy. All right. We'll
99% of them are good.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We talked about this earlier in the show, for those of you that weren't with us, but we were talking about where this team sits currently, the Seahawks, compared to where they were at this time last year. So that's pre-draft. The funny thing is we talked about this earlier and emphasized that. We don't know what they're going to do with their draft picks. They got 10 picks. It'll be a totally different team, but just where they are now versus where they were at this same exact time last year. And somebody sent a text like, I think we're going to have a much better idea of what this team's like after the draft. All right. I'll try to speak slower.
Let's just wait till then. Let's not have a radio show until then.
I'll just try to speak slower. It was perfect. But we're just comparing this time period to this time period last year and where your confidence is with this team. And more importantly, the question we asked is, are they a better team right now pre-draft, is better than they were last year pre-draft at this time? That's the question. It's an opinion. How do you feel? Yeah. It's about your feeling about this team.
Right. And it's not, there are things that have to, I want to say TBD. Okay. Yeah. So check back with me later, just like with but no, I mean, I think that you have to say that at this time last year, that, there was a lot of question marks, but I think you were more sure about the quarterback situation. Mm-hmm. And I think you were more sure about your wide receivers, and
just the
also,
offense as a whole, I think, right? Remember, we were just saying if the offense doesn't improve at all.
Remember on the offensive. On the offensive side, there's linemen, Bob.
Well, I know, but I think we were looking at it just going, okay, this was a 9-win team the year before. If they're static on offense, they don't get better, they don't get worse. They're the same, but the defense can just be a little. It was like the Mariners' offense, where if you just get marginally better, is this an 11, 10, 11-win team? And that's ultimately what happened. You know, that the defense improved. It didn't start out that way. They made moves. They brought in Ernest Jones. We know how the story ended. A much better defense.
Yeah.
But I think going at this point last year, they hadn't drafted Byron Murphy. They had signed the 2 linebackers. You didn't know Dodson and Baker what they were going to do. I think we
signed Big Cat, I think.
Yeah, but I think we had more confidence in what was going to happen on the offensive side because the defense was such a problem the year before, and now we're complete 180 defensively speaking, where I feel like we're decidedly, at least I am, I won't speak for you, I'm way more confident that I think this is going to be a very good defense. I wasn't saying that last year. I didn't have that feeling, didn't know. Now I feel like they're going to be very good defensively. The questions now are on the offense. We've talked about it with Sam Darnold. Who is he? Which version is he? The O-line, how do they fix it? Do the guys in-house get the job done with this new system, this new coordinator? There's so much new on that side that it's a big question mark.
Yeah, there is a big question mark. But I was saying earlier, I think that, I don't know, Sam Darnold's kind of like Geno. It's almost lateral, except that he's a lot younger.
Mm-hmm.
And so you think in the plans if this works out. But I don't know, Geno was always one of those guys, kind of like Darnold, not as dramatic, where it was like, what happened the first part of his career?
Mm-hmm.
And then it looked like for a while there, for 2 or 3 in when they were in, well, I guess that was the L.A. Chargers then, and then, you know, with the Seahawks, you're like, it looked like he was content being a backup, and then all of a sudden, you know, so it's kind of a shorter time span for Darnold, but they're similar in that way.
Yeah, Darnold, I'll just say he came in obviously with a ton more expectation. He was the 3rd overall pick. Geno was a 2nd-round pick.
Right.
So just in terms of how the attention paid upon them, the expectations that were placed upon them coming out of college into the pro were completely different.
Yeah, and that's why Darnold's was accelerated.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what ruined him. You know, that you get in, and that's what a lot of people have said, that, you know, that the Jets didn't run any kind of a pro-style offense. You hear that, and we've heard it from Mark Schlereth. I remember that was the kind of the case on Drew Lock coming out of Missouri, that, you know, that offense that they ran there did not help him at the next level. So, there's lots of things like that occur, but I kind of feel like it's the same. I mean, there's still a chance that Sam Darnold could revert back to what he was. There is that chance. I don't think it's very likely, but especially based on all the things he said about his time in San Francisco with Clint Kubiak and everything. But I think that's still in the back of people's minds. Whereas, you know, with Geno, you know, he's kind of broken through that. I mean, I don't care what you say about his red zone interceptions and the number of interceptions and sacks that he took. He was a 70% passer in the NFL. And you got to remember, they couldn't run the ball last year. I think they were number 28 out of
bad.
32. So there were games where they just literally had to ditch the entire run game and pretty much just put it on him, and he was still a 70% passer. So I think we're probably in a better, like, more sure situation last year going in with Geno.
All right, hey, opening day almost here, and we're going to send you and a friend to experience it in a way you never have before, and we're talking about front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and much more, and you do it all from the field. Now, to enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just simply text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st. Coming up, we learned that some of us lead double lives. What we learned is coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
If I were using those top 5 picks, top priority, interior offensive line. Second priority,
interior offensive line.
Defensive tackle.
Interior offensive line, clearly number 1 for me, and I think there's 2 or 3 guys that at 18 they would absolutely take. I would like to see 2 of the first 3 picks on big people at the line of scrimmage. And all this does is reinforce big people, big people, big people. Mm-hmm. It's who we are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with exclusive member-only deals. Right now, save $30 on a Little Giant Extra Light Plus 5-foot aluminum stepladder. Was $109, now just $79. Plus, save an additional $20 on the Metabo HPT pneumatic finish nailer. Don't miss out on these limited-time deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 3/17 through 3/19. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me. Stupidity is the easiest way out.
Somebody's leading double lives around here. By the way, one of the texters is accusing you not of a double life, but they said half of those dumb texts are from Lefko and Matt's burner.
Well, burner what? Did you see the typo?
Burner probs, I think they were saying, and then
Phone,
they corrected it. They said phones.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Matt's not here, I assume.
Well,
He's
that's
just
even better.
firing arguments.
You got home
check
just
that.
firing in
Yeah.
mean texts. And
We do allow for speech to text, except from when I'm talking. Sometimes when I talk, it sounds like speech to text.
yeah. We had a texter say that, right?
I mean, yeah.
That was a good one.
You thought that was funny, didn't you, Lefko? Look at it back there.
Might have been mine.
He's going to pee himself.
Might have been my burner phone.
What else did we learn?
Yeah, I didn't realize this. This is some shocking new knowledge that Adam Ray provided about both El Hombre and, I guess, myself here.
I'm here in LA for 2 days, and I go visit El Hombre in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
I got some shows in Philly this weekend. If you got any listeners in Philly, or El Hombre's, doesn't he have a second family or something? Right? Doesn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Doesn't he strike you as a guy who would have like all of a sudden he'd be like, "So long, suckers," and then like he'd actually leave the phone on. And he'd be like, "All right, kids," and they're like, "Dad, can we call you Dad yet, or do we still have to call you by your first name?" And then he's like, "I'll let you know when it's time." And then all of a sudden he's like, "Oh crap!" And then he picks the phone. You know, he has second family energy, is what I'm trying to say.
That's very specific.
The way that Lefko has the personality of a Nordstrom mannequin.
So that's my double life there.
A Nordstrom mannequin. Yeah, that's your second gig.
I'm going to go head over there right now.
That's your side hustle.
What would he be wearing? Do you picture it? Are you
Lefko?
picturing it? Yeah.
What would he be? Some sort of pickleball outfit, some sort of...
I could do that.
I'm going to go with a nightgown.
So it's a female mannequin now?
Now I'm picturing the Elaine mannequin.
Remember that?
Yeah. I remember George looking at it as it was being changed.
Yeah.
Anyway,
right.
we digress.
That's
enough of that.
That's enough.
What else did we learn?
Well, I think Wyman has just been kind of playing coy about this because we learned that he has social media savvy.
I know you're on social media. My social media is the text toy.
Yeah,
that's basically.
You know what? You're pretty sneaky on Twitter, though. You seem to pop up with like, "Hey, did you see this guy tweeted this?" I'm like, "Where did you get that?"
Really?
You've done that a few times.
Oh,
You've
thanks,
popped up some
Bob.
tweets. Yeah, he's kind of sneaky savvy with social media.
No.
This is the best slow play if Dave really did have a burner. Like, you have played it off so well, pretending to be incompetent at technology, pretending not to know what to do, and all of a sudden, you're working like 5 burner accounts.
That would be funny. He's out there he's trolling everybody. he's trolling all the other hosts out here. You stink. He's just find out Dave's behind all of it.
That would if I could pull that off.
That would be awesome.
It would have to be a brain transplant.
Dave's pretending to be incompetent.
That'd be great. I'm good at it, right? I'd come in here like, over half of the tweets that you're reading, Bob.
Coming from you.
Coming from the big guy here.
That would be gold. That would be masterful. If you pulled that off this whole time, you were just trolling everybody on Twitter.
What's that movie, The Usual Suspects?
Yeah.
That's Dave.
Yeah, he'd be Kaiser Soze.
Yep.
We thought he was verbal, Kent. He turns out he's Kaiser Soze. What else did we learn?
We kind of knew this, but we learned even more so today that Mark Schlereth never shies away from a social media skirmish.
I love when he resorts to taking a picture of his hand with all of his Super Bowl rings on it. Oh,
that should annoy me, but it doesn't.
It's very funny.
It's very funny.
He does not shy away from those who will rip into him behind a keyboard.
Well, it's funny to me that, people would question his knowledge about football and his ability to play football, which seemed to be the case there.
Yeah, they said, he was responding to somebody who said, for whatever reason, I scored as many TDs as you did last year, and I've got asthma. You're pathetic. And then Mark responded, well, I've never scored a TD, and I don't have asthma, but I do have these. And then he had a picture of his hand with 3 Super Bowl rings on it.
I like when the guys with all the fancy lingo try to go after him and tell him that he's not updated with the modern football world.
Well, I like how they just say it, like, football and roster construction is very different than it was 20 years ago, Mark. And if you don't know that, you're just here collecting it. So I'm just like, what? This guy's played a decade in the league. He's got 3 Super Bowl rings, and you're going to try to tell him that you know more than he does at some point.
Well, he was talking about modern day football, but Mark, for the last, 10 years, has gone every week, talked to head coaches, offensive play callers, defensive play callers,
calling games every week. Yeah.
I mean,
Well, he just has a knack for upsetting an entire fan base at once. It was the Jets. They were all coming after him, and now it's the Bengals.
The Bengals, huh?
He's upset the Bengals fan base because apparently his latest podcast was something along, I'm trying to find the tweet, but he retweeted it out there that somehow the Bengals figured out how to blow it again or something like that. So,
well, because they signed 2 wide receivers. They paid Joe Burrow a ton of money, and they haven't signed any. They're looking to trade a good defensive lineman who got 17.5 sacks 2 years in a row, and they're not spending any money on their offensive line or their lines. So that's, I think, where the anger came from.
Yeah.
That was a fantasy football player that tweeted that at him. I guarantee you.
Probably. They know about roster construction.
Yeah.
So, again, Wyman's burner. Okay.
Yeah, that would be even better if he was trolling Mark.
I did have Jamar Chase.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah.
What else, Lefko?
I like that.
Adam Ray did this whole thing with the Mariners. He went out on the field, did all that stuff, but we learned that really the reason he did that is because he wanted to prove his athletic prowess because, Bob, you devastatingly made fun of him during the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game.
When I played in the NBA Celeb All-Star Game in 2019, Bob, I think we were chums at that point.
Yeah.
Not as close as we are now. I've seen you with your shirt off now. I feel like that's a pretty good indication of not physically. Sometimes I'm late at night and I'm like, I can't fall asleep, so I sketch some of the things I hope to see before I die. And so, but you made some nice cracks on air about being like, oh, Adam, I'm surprised they let him play in the game and having the body of the Pillsbury Doughboy. Whatever you said, it was a fat joke, and I still think about it. Bob, let me finish my story.
I didn't call him Pillsbury Doughboy. I just said his jersey looked a little tight. That's all.
I love how he cuts things like that off, and that you know what he's saying. But yeah, he's so talented, hilarious.
Pillsbury Doughboy.
So because of the connection, that was kind of a screwy connection today.
Oh yeah. But he was at his estate, so
he's hilarious.
Did we learn anything else?
That's it. That's all the learning.
That's all the learning we did today. All right. That happens at the end of the show each and every day, or towards the end of the show. Meanwhile, there are 2 competing ideas when it comes to the Seahawks O-line. We're going to hear about that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most: the coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
On March 28th,
A 19-year-old girl was kidnapped. I'm gonna bring her home.
Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
When you do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters March 28th.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Are you looking for the best deal on a new Ford or Isuzu in the Pacific Northwest? Go to Wayscar Ford in Auburn, wayscarford.com. Family owned and operated since 1922. Wayscar Ford offers a free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords and a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles. Wayscarf in Auburn promises no games, no gimmicks, never any pressure to purchase, and is the only Ford dealer in Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy. And what if you're just looking to sell your car? Wayscarf in Auburn will purchase your used car, pay you up front, and then share 50% of the profit on your old car. Wayscarf Ford in Auburn is the only dealer in Washington with a profit-sharing program, and they've paid back over $750,000 to participating customers. I loved my Wayscar Ford experience for my brand new Bronco Sport, and I know that you will too. Go to wayscarford.com. That's Wayscar Ford in Auburn.
Down, set, Pizza Hut, Make the play of the game with Pizza Hut. Buy any large Pizza Hut pizza and get another one free. Use code HUT at checkout. That's code HUT for a buy one, get one free exclusive offer to 710 Seattle sports listeners. No one out pizzas the Hut.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. You guys can weigh in on whatever you've got on your mind. We got Adam Ray joining us at 4 p.m. today, Jon Morosi at 5 p.m., but right now it's time to get to best of the rest.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yeah, just not good at that.
Tone it down.
It's time for the best of the rest.
How dare you?
Let's start with Brock and Salk talking about the Seahawks, talking about the O-line issues, and having a conversation about how the Seahawks are addressing those issues.
What is the deal with the offensive line? What is going on?
Mm-hmm.
They know they need to get better, right? John has said he knows he needs to get better. He's even said he tried to get better. He knows that this is the thing that is most problematic. And we've had this conversation before. There are only so many options, right? And they know because we've seen